Hey, party people. How's everybody doing? Your girl's just getting into the room to go and get started and chop it up with y'all tonight. I'm just about to get the space started. So let's get into it, shall we?
Staring at herself in the mirror on the restroom door. Voices in her head that mirror what she's heard before.
Hey, party people. I see the chaos has ensued upon us tonight. Alyssa's gone missing a few times from what I could see earlier in the chat. So I don't know. Okay. Athena. Oh, damn, girl. We're already going with the donations list. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna try and see if I can reorganize the mess and chaos and see how we get on. Before I do, how's everybody doing tonight? Got the donation, Athena, my love. So you are first on the donation list. I'm gonna see if I can find the old list. Oh, there's no details about the old list. I've got a list that Ash created. That's the last one that I've got at 9:28. I guess you did donate early, my love. You were right in there, just in case the list was closed. So here we are as far as the last list that we've got. So let's update what is going on in terms of where we are and who we've got in the chat. BTW, Mina is having a personal day, so we're going to have to figure out how to organize ourselves, okay, with the absence of Mina tonight. So I'm going to be relying on you guys to sort of help out and throw a list around every so often. I'm going to make sure that every so often I put the list out there so that we can see where we are with the list. But yeah. Oh, thank you, Athena. I know. It's all good. Oh, Crow's Nest, you donated as well. Dang. Okay, y'all. I think I got that donation in too. Yep. Okay. Let's see. Yep, got that donation in as well. So I am going to be starting off with Athena, then going into Ultra Ego, then I'll come back to you, Crow's Nest, right? That's how we're going to sort of organize ourselves. Awasi, don't worry, we're figuring it out. Breathe. Don't worry, we're figuring it out. This was the last list. Chill out, hold on. Okay, we're trying to figure it out. We got some chaos ensuing upon us, and now my alarm's going off, so I'm gonna go and get that before it actually starts to go crazy, because that's gonna affect my ability to channel whilst I'm in trance. Okay, my YouTube account, you was the first person. Oh, don't worry, my love. Okay, we're gonna have to figure it out, because the list situation was not giving during this season, and the guides have clearly been complaining about the process of basically like being live and having the list be created whilst we're live and stuff like that. So yeah, we're gonna be figuring it out. Don't worry about it. We're gonna try and Mina is not going to be around. Hey, Smara girl. So Mina's not going to be around. My YouTube, you can insert yourself, right? Smara was the sixth person. Okay, does anybody remember the list? If anybody knew where they were before, maybe we can put the list back together. We can try that. Okay, Sammy said, oh, Mina's taking a personal day, Sammy. She's having a personal day. She messaged me earlier on WhatsApp. It was quite emotional actually, because I already sort of like got a download earlier in the week that she's gonna be requesting some time. Okay, Ash has it correct. Okay. I remember I typed fast as already put the list. Okay. Okay. When your stream was created like 12 hours ago, I wrote in the chat. Okay. Okay. So you were first on the list. Okay. Who do we have in the chat right now? Let's get that clarified firstly. Sorry, guys. I'm going to go and sort out my alarm in the meantime because that's just going to irritate my spirit. Whilst I do that, throw an amen in the chat. Okay? Let me know that you're here. And then we're going to reorganize just in terms of where everyone was and try and get as close to symmetry of that as possible. We're going to sort out the chaos. Don't worry about it. We're good. Right, y'all. Okay, so thank you for the amen. Okay, y'all. Right, so let's see where we are, who we've got on the list versus who's here, and where we are with everything. Okay, so, oh, Jojo, I don't see you on the list, so you're someone new to be added to the list. So noted. Felina, you're already on the list. Athena, I know you're one of the early donation slots. We're starting with you, actually. Ultra Ego, know that you're here. Love Ma, you're not on the list as well. I remember Mina saying something about adding you on the list. My YouTube account, you mentioned that you were here prior to, right? So yeah, we're doing okay then. We're doing okay. So by the looks of it, we've got my YouTube account, Love Ma, and Jojo to be added to the list, basically. Smara said that she was on the list at number 6 previously as well. I don't know where Smara is. I didn't necessarily. Oh, no, I did. I did see an amen from Smara. Yes, girl. You're not on the list. And Tatiana as well. You need to be added to the list. So can we work this out, guys? We've got 2 people already on the donation list. We've got Athena on the donation list. Crow's Nest is on the donation list. Please, can someone help me out and get the typing so we can sort of figure this out, right? So we've got, sorry, let's see. I was supposed to be on the list. Yeah, no, that's okay. That's okay. My YouTube account. I know that you were supposed to be on the list. I remember Mina, I checked in on the chat at one point and Mina was like, can somebody add my YouTube account? So I know that you're supposed to be on the list. We're going to figure it out, Tatiana, because we're kind of figuring it out yet again now. So on the list, we have Athena, Crow's Nest, those two are on the donation list. Then we've got Ultra Ego, we've got Ash, Sammy, Lalima, Valina. Smara said she was sixth. She was very specific about that one. On the previous list, Mina's not going to be here. So then it's Smara. And then we've got my YouTube account, Jojo, and Lovemar and Tatiana, I think. I think that's all the spots, right? Am I mistaken anything? We're going to have Smara in Mina's place. And then sorry, let me type that down. I'm going to sort of put it out there. So just in case, and then you guys can make it look all pretty for me, because I won't have the capacity to do both. I've only got one thing. And then after Athena, we've got Crow's Nest. And then we also have the free list. We've got Ash. Oh no, Ultra Ego, Ash. Right, and then you guys are going to make it look all cute for me, please, and thank you, somebody. Once I finish getting this together, then we've got Sammy, Lalima. Is Lalima here? So I don't know if I've seen them in the chat. Let's say, actually, if they're not here, we may sort of update the chat and remove the list and remove them from their current position, unfortunately. Just so that we can get through the guys that are here. Okay, so we've got Smara, and then we have Lalima. If you're here, you've got a couple of minutes, my love, to sort of just raise a hand or throw something out in the chat, just so that you don't lose your space on the list. And then it's my YouTube account. And then after that, we have Jojo, Lovemar, and Tatiana. Okay. Okay, I don't hear anything from Lalima. Hey, Nova. Under the train. Why are you under the train, ma'am? Oh, not under the train. Okay, so Lalima isn't here. Unfortunately, I am going to remove them from the list because they're not here, I'm afraid. Oh, damn, my YouTube account was like giving it all the capitals. My bad, my YouTube account. Don't worry, you got a fairly decent slot. There was a mishap a few times. We're kind of seeing how well we are with conflict resolution. I'm seeing how well I manage stress because that's been my week. So I'm a little bit trained for the excitements of tonight. Lalima, unfortunately, my love, I am going to remove you from the list. I'm sorry because you're not here just as we're about to go live. Basically, I've told you guys a few times there's a quarrel going on in spirit about basically getting the list together when we actually come into the live, because people are like, oh, I'm trying to get my person there, and all of these things. So we're having to do this live today just as a testament to see how it works. we'll see how it works after the facts, because clearly I like the fact that I don't spend 15 minutes trying to figure this out. So we do have one more slot available. So if someone could do a list together for me, right? Oh, I lost service again. Train. Okay, Onda. Okay, you're on the subway. I should be home in 20 minutes. I was second to last. Oh, damn. Okay. Okay. Well, oh, damn. Hey, Ari. Listen, it's about to get sticky, icky. Okay, so something happened with the list, girl. We're trying to figure it out. All good, my YouTube account. All good. We're still trying to figure out the list. I get that you were on Mina's list. We're trying to figure out the list now. Do you know what position you were at on the list previously? Any idea? Because that's what we're gonna have to be trying to figure out, I think. So what's it? We want to get, it's such a pity that I can't even copy and paste these. I love a good copy. Oh God. Okay. So before Tatiana, we now have Nova, because Nova said that I was one of the last people on the list. Okay. So we will have, because Tatiana came in sort of after. So we're going to have Tatiana, sorry, my love, because you were one of the last ones to come in. You're actually going to get towards the end of the list. We're going to have, Nova said that they were second to last on the list. Ari saying that they were last on the list. So then we'll sort of like have you afterwards. So can we get a list together, guys? If someone can do me like a nice, pretty little list that I can place on here and star. On the donation list, I've already popped it in the chat. We've got Athena and Crow's Nest. And then we've got the rest of the gang in the format that I've sort of said. And after Love Ma, before Tatiana, we've now got Nova and Ari. If someone could help me, thank you, Ash. That would be awesome. And I'm now going to sort out the chaos that is my desk while you guys tell me how your week has been, my loves. Update me. I have been navigating through stress class. How's it been going for you guys? Has the tensions been teaching you guys anything? What have you learned? Share the knowledge, okay? Because the levels are leveling and it has been interesting to say the least. Okay, so hard work and tired. Tell me about it. Well, I don't know about hard work. It was mentally and emotionally draining. Yeah, very stressful. Got some Christmas shopping out the way with the Black Friday sales and everything. How was the holiday for those of you guys? Ari, you guys are experiencing, I had Thanksgiving earlier this week, I think on Thursday. How was that? Oh, my eye. Oh, there was 2 people after you. It was an emotionally draining week. It was exhausting. It's just a bit all over the place. It's challenging to understand where one was being tugged to. I'm still not that clear, actually. If anybody's got clarity on their tides, God's on you. Okay. I'm still trying to figure it out. So that part. Okay, so it has been long and short at the same time. I don't know how to explain that, but It's exactly what I said. It's been a hella long, but it's felt short at the same time, which is why it was a bit weird, actually. Because before you knew it, it was over. Oh my God. I barely got any of that incense in. Let me get all the energy through some smudging. Well, the incense is going to be gone at this rate. It took us about 20 minutes to sort of get into it. Okay, Ari said there was 2 people after me. So we'll pop you before Jojo. Not Jojo. We'll pop you before, what's it called? Sorry. Nova. And then Tatiana. So it would be Ari, Nova, and Tatiana. Right at the end on the free list. Oh, are you guys ready for the Gemini full moon tomorrow as well? And that's going to be interesting. We're going to do some learnings in the shadow. Shadow class is about to open up well and truly. Right about now, we're just dealing with the mocks. Did y'all see what was going on in the press with Diddy as well? I'm like, oh my God, the spirit of lust, the leash is reining in, and anybody who did too much on the old paradigm, they're going to pay, seeing as, you know, the Saturn retrograde sort of ended earlier this month, back in November. Like, all the good stuff's been coming out. All the good tea is about to be at this end of the spectrum. Trust me. Yeah, more shadow. More shadow. Okay. We're going to do some deep sea diving with Gemini. We're going to get some activations. We're going to sort of like see some projections. It's going to be a real interesting time. Real interesting. All right. We're working on another list, right? So that we can get going properly. that part, God's like, yeah, contracts up. The old paradigm, we're drawing back and updating, and it seems that the collective are ready to sort of speak. So yeah, it's good. It's good season. Thank you, Mina. Ash, sorry, my love. It's usually Mina's little job, but you're my Mina for tonight, and I appreciate it. It looks lovely. Okay, so we've got Athena. Oh, sorry, my bad, y'all. Let me start and pop it up. Thank you to our girl Ash. Okay, she did that. Thank you, Valina, right? Okay, she did that. So on the donation list, we've got Athena and we've got Crow's Nest, and then this is the flow of the free list. We've got Ash, we've got Ultra Ego, Ash, Sammy, Valina, Smara, my YouTube account, Jojo, Lovemar, Ari, Nova, and Tatiana closing out the space. That's where we are. Okay, guys, and that is it. That is all. That's enough for us to sort of keep busy for tonight and eat up. Okay, so we're going to go and dive right into it, all of 23, let's say 24 minutes to be precise, into it with Athena. Girl, what did you come here for? Let us unpack it, okay? Because this Scorpio full moon energy, new moon, sorry, energy is doing the most. That part, Brody, do it. But they're beautiful. And this is where we understand the necessity. This is why we have the list pre-prepped before. So this is now going to be my case back to the guides and back to spirit when we talk about this again. Okay, we're not doing any of the creating the list when we go live. That's not a thing. So we're gonna have to figure that out. But let's get your question and let's go and dive into it. All right, guys, I'm looking forward to unpacking a little bit and seeing what we've got. I don't know if I actually don't think I did cleanse these. Yeah. Moving it all up in there. There we go. Nice. Okay. Oh, well, I love your sense of humor, Athena. Okay, is my Cancer coming towards me, babe? He's been in the naughty corner. So does that mean if he's not talking to you, are you the one on timeout? Are you on thinking time? Yeah. Are we in reevaluation season? Okay. Let's talk about Athena's Cancer. What's going on with that little situation, guys? We want to sort of... Okay, sorry. Okay. Oh, there's some anxieties there. There's some anxieties there. Okay. Okay. Wow, I like your sense of humor, okay? That's how my nephew goes to thinking time, like a champ, okay? He comes out like a champ as well. Like nothing happened. Interesting. Interesting. Tell me more, guys. Seems like he's making a major arcana here. There's a little bit of anxiety around the thought of you, and I want to unpack that a little bit. Okay, he's mastering his feelings and he's kind of sitting in his King of Cups energy. So he's kind of like playing it all cool, calm, and collected, and he's actually sort of like really learning how to master stuff. Okay. Oh. Okay. And what's his next move then? Okay. Thank you. Oh, okay. We've got some ish going on. Okay. Okay. So, a couple of things with the situation. When I unpacked a little bit about what he's actually feeling and what he's basically mastering, right? It's this thinking time. Are you on thinking time for your, I don't want to say inability to communicate, but the way in which you communicate? Is that what's under evaluation? Because one of the things that I'm seeing is that he didn't like the intensity of a conversation that was had. And I think that was, I guess, the thing that he's kind of like learning it. It left a little bit of a bitter taste, but that's the thing that he's kind of learning to navigate. Answer that question as well. That wasn't a rhetorical question. I want to sort of like know so that I can continue to unpack the story, right? Um yeah, that's you're quite blunt, and I can appreciate that about you. But I think it was a little bit too honest for the fragility of his ego. Basically, that's the best way that I can put it. His ego is a little bit more fragile. But I think beneath the surface of that, he's like trying to stay optimistic about his love life in general. And I think he's kind of potentially like looking at it like it's a case of getting to know each other and sort of like understand the quirks basically. And it's interesting because you guys have been together for a little bit, right? What's the time span on this? It's not really long, but it feels like a good little significant period of time. So give me the timeline on how long this has been going on, and why he feels like you guys may still be getting to know each other, because that's the thing that he's figuring out how to kind of, I want to say manipulate, but master. Okay, okay. And it feels like the situation's been, you guys have seen each other through a few different phases. Because I think in this season that you guys are in as well, I think he's kind of, before he wasn't necessarily so vocal, but I think he's exerting boundaries now within the relationship dynamics. And I think it's a little bit tricky. Both of you guys are exerting boundaries, I guess, but I think his boundaries that he's exerting are a little bit challenging for you in ways because the situation's kind of served you previously as it was. So I think it's a case of knowing, getting to learn each other in terms of where you guys are now at the minute. I think that he's kind of like found his voice, I want to say, within the last couple of years. And he's been kind of really utilizing that. But sorry, I didn't even put your question up, my love. Let me go and find your question, babe. Forgive me. There we go. Right? That part. It's not that he doesn't necessarily know you by now, my love. I think it's a case that you guys have kind of changed. And I think that he, as much as he loves you, he wants to be able to have a different experience, much like you also want different things from him as well that you feel like you're not necessarily getting. I think this is more a case of him really just exerting a boundary, because I think he wants to really let you know that he's serious about like being taken seriously in certain conversations, in certain situations. Like he wants to be able to know that he has a voice too. I know that you're quite opinionated, because I think that that's his battle in this space. Sometimes there's a little bit of a power struggle, and he's okay to let you have the power for the like majority of the time. But I think his thing is, when he wants you to bend, he expects you to bend in those moments as well. And even, sorry, and even if you don't necessarily agree with the decision, the supporting his decision is where it can be a little bit challenging for yourself sometimes, just a little bit. And I think that those are some of the things that he's battling with. Sorry, I was laughing about it because basically I was seeing what may be sort of like a memory file of his, where it's like he made a stupid decision and you were just kind of there to point out the stupid decision. So his heart is kind of like processing some of these things, right? He's just kind of like, lol, well, let me give you an example of the last conversation. Okay, girl. Lay it on me. Lay it on me. Oh, Firefly. Yeah, do you know what the list before was crazy? Were you on the list before? But no, Athena's gonna sort of like break down the conversation as far as like last time, but that tickled me because he's still kind of a bit, yeah, there's some feelings. There's some feelings there, right? Okay. Oh, okay. Do you know what position you were on the list? Maybe we could get you in just at the end of the list as the additional. Yeah. But you'd have to sort of like come back in all the way back towards the end. And you know, we're going to be out here in these YouTube streets for a minute. So if you've got stuff to do, then yeah, if you can do, if you can do. He's watching a comedy and the comedian jokes about sending his wife on a long holiday so he can cheat, and my cancer laughed. It's comedy. Was he not supposed to laugh? That just means that the comedian was really good, because sometimes these comedians are out here and the jokes just don't land, babe. So good job on the comedian. I don't know if it's a good or bad thing that I said, why did you find that funny? And it hurt my feelings. And my partner goes, well, everyone else is laughing. Okay. I see where we're going with this. I see where we're going with this as far as like him processing a feeling of, okay, she's very direct. If I've done something like dumb, it's gonna be known. Yeah, no, it's funny. No, but seriously, what was he supposed to do? Like he's right. In his defense, Athena girl, like I think we're getting to know each other, right? We're peoples at this point, okay? We've exchanged transaction. Your hands have landed in my PayPal. Okay, we know each other, right? Serious stuff. What was he supposed to do? In all fairness, like what would have been the ideal situation? Because it's comedy, right? And I personally like will tell you, everybody in here, for the most part, I can't speak for everyone. We all have our different levels, but we all have like a bit of dark humor in there as well. It's just a thing. Okay. But then he goes, why do you act all ethical? Oh, now we're going into a whole different level. Okay, triggers. Pow, 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 pow. Oh, wow. Yeah. When was this conversation? Was this during the Scorpio new moon energy? Because I'm telling you, the shit be fiery and sting. It just comes out of nowhere, like before you know it, you're having to dodge some matrix stuff. Okay, Firefly. We could maybe add you at the end of the list. Okay. But you'll have to come and check back in later on. Yeah. Okay, definitely during this Scorpio new moon energy. The energies have been rife in preparation leading up to this. For me, it's just been like stressors in this space. Okay, so in terms of, oh, that's good. As long as you don't mind, because you know we're going to be out here in these streets for a minute, so you can feel free to like check in and out and stuff. But yeah, if we can get Firefly added as the additional, and that's it, the end, literally, that's the end of the story. We're not even going to take in donations because I can see it's going to be one of those nights as well. We're just going to kind of let the list flow as it is at the moment. Right. With your situation though, Athena, what I'm seeing in terms of like the inevitable ending as far as the situation, like I think that he's a little bit right now, as far as where he is, he's a little bit emotionally overwhelmed. Okay. and he's kind of figuring out how to be stealthy about it, but he's giving very scattered vibes and scattered energy. But he is going to come back to the space. I think it's just one of those situations that he's just learning boundaries, my love. He's learning like how to utilize his voice with you in the space. And I'm gonna say this because you want a certain type, I guess, okay, of man. You want him manning you, right, in a certain type of way. Yeah, I think you're gonna have to figure out how to be able to play your position at times, because I think you're probably more of the dominant personality in the relationship for the most part, or at least that's the way that it sort of like comes across in spirit, definitely. You're definitely the dominant personality in the relationship, from what I can see in spirit, but there's a bit of a balance that is coming into format with the relationship situation. Hello, Olivia. Yeah, girl. But it's not a bad thing. I think that there's just a bit of a balance situation that's sort of coming into this space. I think for him, I'm gonna say this. You're going to have to work a little bit at sorry, I'm trying to find the word. I know it's both of you guys. That's why you guys clash like that. It's literally why you guys kind of like butt heads and it becomes combative, because the moment that you kind of like oh, the list is closed, my love. Yeah, the list is closed, Livia. Sorry about that. We're literally like closing out the free list and everything as well. Definitely Clash of the Titans, Athena. Okay, so yeah, it's a whole thing. Um, yeah, sorry about that. We literally had to even sort of redo the list as well. But it seems like it's just one of those things, like, you know, for the most part, he's aware that you guys aren't in the honeymoon period anymore. He knows that that's sort of like well and truly gone. You know, it's more a case of like dealing with the challenges. So I think for now, he just needs a little bit of a breather. He'll probably have some more downtime. I'm not going to lie, probably for like another week to 10 days. He just probably needs some time to basically feel like he's back in his manhood. Oh, he probably needs some time to feel like he's back in his manhood, a little bit. Because I guess sometimes when you guys get into, sometimes he likes to be able to, yeah, you do need to temper back. And the reason why I say that is because when you guys get back into alignment again, you guys are still going to sort of be navigating through these issues. It's like you want him to lead, but you'd rather lead. I'm sorry because I'm sick with the same illness, girl. Okay. Hashtag 2023 female. I find 2023 humans just so like intriguing. It's like a whole different species to me. Like it on a soul level, my soul, I see my soul just there, like watching humans of today, like it's a whole TV. But no, seriously. Um it's just one of those things. Okay, but it's interesting because they're showing me that like him right now, he's just kind of like exerting a little bit of boundaries. I think he's trying to find the right words to say what he's trying to say, which is let me lead, basically. I think in some instances he wants to say that it's okay, like I've got this. Can I ask you a question? Do you trust his leadership? Sorry, if we're gonna unpack, we're gonna unpack, girl. Okay. We took like all of 24 minutes to get in here. Yeah. Do you trust his leadership overall? Because I think you guys are going through a major arcana here. What he's navigating through with this situation, he's got the magician. So he's going to learn how to alchemize all of this energy that you guys are navigating through. And I think in order for him to do that, it would be useful, I guess, you sort of tapping into class cognitively and being able to kind of, play your part in the process. Not really, because in the past he wanted me to organize everything, and he still has the need for that. Okay, so what if I said to you, right, from outings to emails to house stuff, girl? Yeah, okay. So has he slowly, has he taken back any of these responsibilities? Like any of these, like the house stuff, or like let's not get him planning outings. I'm not being funny, but if that's not a full, because yeah, that takes a whole level of organizing class. And for me personally, yeah, in terms of like the beat of time, sometimes when the way that things work for them, depending on their level of organization, it can be a little bit tricky. So that's not one he needs for responsibility of, but it's one of those things, everybody plays their position. So I hear you on that, right? I hear you on that, but there's a way of slowly, like how they do handovers at work, girl? It's the same thing. There's ways to slowly hand over responsibilities. Do it with my nephews all the time. If you can't handle that responsibility, I'm going to have to take that back because you're just not equipped just yet. So there's more work that needs to be done a bit seriously in leadership, because we're asking a lot of these men that there isn't necessarily, there's a patriarch to tell them that they're capable of all of these things, but there's not really the example of to teach them how to do a lot of these things. So it gets a little bit tricky. So the expectations set before the actual training is produced, if you know what I mean. Well, he asks, he did say, if you need something done, just ask me, that part. And I'm like, why do I have to ask? Because it takes the team to make it happen. That's the whole point. So, okay, finding this right balance, right? Finding this right balance. Your strengths and his strengths are not going to be the same strengths, right? So if you do need something done, I'm not being funny, if like a person, if it's not like their natural like state to be able to think of something, oh Lalima, we removed you from the list, my love. You weren't around when we were sort of like doing name check, and we weren't sure if you were actually sort of coming back, and it just keeps getting more and more dreadful. This is why I said there's no more sort of like list to be listed, as far as adding any donation or anything, because I figured the list is going to sort of come back to bite me in the ass. And here we are. This is the biting. I think as well, Lalima, if I'm not mistaken. Where was Lalima? I think I started as well. Did I not? Lalima was actually after Sammy, actually, on the list. Lalima was after Sammy on the list. Okay. And then that's the final list, because we've got nothing else on there. And then after that, the list is closed. Damn. It's just getting worse. Thank you, Crow's Nest. Thank you for letting me know that you're here. Good to know that you're still here as well, because you see how chaotic it can be if you are not. Damn. Okay, so in terms of the housework stuff, do just ask, delegate. That's where you guys, because leadership doesn't necessarily mean that that person, when it comes to power plays, and how relationships work, especially long term, one person isn't going to lead all the time. And the leadership is basically going to be evenly balanced. It's going to require leadership on whoever has the most strengths in that position, basically. So as for the house stuff, you're better at doing certain things, just delegate. let him know what you need him to do, assign him tasks, and it will make your life easier. So you will feel a lot less triggered to sort of like feel like you're nagging about certain things. And also for him as a masculine, it also feeds his ego as well, because men love to be needed. People love to be needed, but men in particular love to be needed. So him being able to fulfill a need, and basically it becomes an achievable goal, also helps to be able to sort of like strengthen certain aspects of the relationship. Because I think as well, there's little bits of insecurities that he's developed from the fact, yeah, exactly that. I think there's a little bits of insecurities that has been developed from the previous relationship dynamic, where he doesn't feel like he's capable of much as well, because that's kind of the position he's been playing for a little bit. And I get that it was just easier to be able to sort of do most of these things yourself, right? Because you wanted to have it executed and have it executed expeditiously, right? However, we're in a new phase, we're in a new era. I hear them saying the relationship is in a new tide. They're showing me, and on this horizon, they're saying on this horizon, it's going to take teamwork to keep the ship moving at yonder. Oh my God, guys, can we update the software on the linguistics, please? What the hell is at yonder? This is why I'm tactile with the channeling, because I'm telling you, like, I don't know, they still speak in some degree. It's so funny because they still speak old tongue but new tongue. But at yonder, you guys know what that means, right? It's not old tongue, but it's just she speaks like that. But I guess it's in sailing term, right? And that's what we're speaking about, the way that this relationship is kind of like sailing in the coasts that you guys are moving into. The thing I feel I am doing the organizing and delegating, then I am the leader. You're leading at your strengths, and he's going to lead at his strengths. You get him doing the things that he's good at doing. And when you're a leader, you have leaders with you. Do you see what I'm saying? So he's going to have to do his task and actually like get that done. I'm not saying I want this. I'm saying it makes Mr. feel like I automatically am thrown into this. And I get that. I get that, because that's the impression that it sort of like gives. But honestly, it's a case of figuring out where your strengths are in certain situations and where he can actually be best placed as well. I think he also wants to be able to vocalize and meet some of his potential in situations as well. Like, I think that he feels like he could be doing more. So hand off certain responsibilities to him. Hand off certain responsibilities to him. Lighten your load. Keep on at him without nagging, right? Like following up to see how he's doing with those assignments, because basically you're building trust in that space. That's why I asked the question, because that's ultimately the actual challenge that you guys are navigating through in this tide that you're in. It's trust season tide, and this little, it's like an alcove that you guys are in whilst you guys are doing this test, basically, within the relationship. So that you guys can go out into like bigger waters and really face some of the bigger problems, that, because you guys will build basically what it is that you guys are sort of doing right now. You guys have got a little boat in the little alcove, and you guys are going to build a ship to be able to move into the bigger waters. You're going to be building a whole situation that can withstand bigger waters and bigger tides. So for the most part, some of the things that you guys need to be working at is how you guys navigate through some of the setbacks that you guys deal with. So your communication, conflict resolution in situations, because I think that these are some of the things as well why his leadership may be questionable for you. And sometimes it can sort of like leave you a little bit on edge. So you kind of like put him down as failing before he's even tried, which doesn't necessarily help what he could potentially manifest in the space. And it's not fair as well, because you're a much more conscious manifester than he is as well. So it does block his path, which therefore subsequently blocks your path, because it's something that you guys are working at together. So that has to change. But this is the thing that is ending. This is the inevitable ending. The way that you guys had done things before had to go. It wasn't serving, isn't serving. And I think where you guys are moving forward, the stubbornness, if you guys are both struggling with the tightness to your ego, we're all stubborn to some degree, right? It's a human trait. So I'd say some more than others, right? Let's be very clear about that. But I'd say if it's something that you know that it's something that both of you guys have, allow for yourself to attune to being a little bit more open, and he will be able to reflect your behavior as well in time. It's going to take some patience. I'm not going to lie. That takes a lot of work in essence. And I don't mean like little patience. I mean months of patience, but it pays off in about 3 years. Yeah, okay. Wow, yes. But when he doesn't like what I say, he pulls back for days instead of facing the issue, so I can't trust him. That is the way that he chooses to communicate. And just because you're forthcoming with the way that you communicate, again, because you are the direct communicator in the relationship, right? We've already established that a part of your tendency to be direct is, again, feeding his tendency to be exactly this, to shut down and basically withdraw, because that's how he responds to that type of energy or perceived energy. And a lot of the times it's not anything that you're meaning to do. It's not intentional. It's just that that's just who you are. That's how you are, right? So it's literally one of those things where the energy that was scattered and all over the place, he's trying to really define that and redefine that. So you guys can work together during this tide. You guys are navigating through a pretty big situation. It's like I said, it's a magician energy. So there's a major arcana here. There's major lessons to learn, and it's going to come at a good price, right? Everybody's going to have to learn how to keep their balance in situations. I think as well, it's not necessarily what you say sometimes, it's how it's said. So you've got to sort of watch your tone as well. Because I think that's also another thing that would be called into questioning. But he gonna come back, girl. He gonna come back. It's just he needs some time to cool off, basically. What is the advice overall then for a girl Athena? What are we saying for Athena, guys? Recovery. This is recovery season. Hey, Scenario girl. Yeah, they're saying you're going to get the unlikely heir with the situation. And there's no need to worry as far as like where the situation's going to end or how it's going to play out. But it's one of those things where it's going to take its own time as it needs to, because that's just the process for him that needs to occur right now. So, yeah. You guys are going through a little bit of a recovery period. Okay. Yes. Okay. So he is okay. He is coming back. Girl, it better be before Christmas, because he will be spending it alone. Do you have a timeline? Thank you. But when? Do we know? Okay. Oh. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to get like confirmation of a type. Oh, damn. I don't know if you guys saw that, but yeah. Don't. What's the timeline, guys? You guys aren't sharing the time? Okay, you guys already get. Okay, they said 7 to 10 days. I already gave you a timeline. Sorry, my bad, girl. They're like, we already gave you a timeline. Okay, he just needs like a week and a half as well to just continue to decompress for a little bit. Okay, but I hope that was useful for you, beautiful, because there was lots in there. Right. We're gonna kick off the free list and get started with Ultra Ego and take your question. And then we're gonna dive into some stuff. How are you doing, Scenario, my love? How has the festivities been treating you so far? It's the festive season. I'm gonna be putting up my thank you, Ash. Beautiful. Oh, I'm glad that it was useful for you. There was so much in there. You should probably come and like watch this back. It's a good job that you were first, because then we started 24 minutes and I even put the timestamp out there. But yeah, there's lots going on. You guys are going to get to that other side of everything, and the relationship is going to get stronger. But I think this is a major test of trust and leadership, because things are a little bit imbalanced at the minute for where you guys are heading. But by the time you guys get there, 3 years from now, actually, but yeah, you guys will actually be in a nice place with it all. Technically about 2 years, 8 months to be precise, but 3 years in terms of the experience of it all the work that you guys put in. You guys will be able to, benefit from it then. But yes, Ultra Ego, please give me your question. I don't even know if you're still out here. Jen, I'm sorry, my love. The list is closed. Free list is closed. Donation list is closed. We've got no open list out here. We're just about to try and like get through the list tonight. That's the aim of the game. Okay, Ultra Egos put their question out there. Thank you, my love. Then we're going to go to Crow's Nest. So you start preparing your question for me, and then that's it. Donation list is closed, and we're going to continue with the free list. Okay, because we just want to bang it out tonight as well. The donation list just got started straight away. So, but thank you guys. Okay, so what is coming towards me in the month of December and the start of 2024? I've been soul searching since my last 2 readings. That's what's up. I am doing free readings, but the free list is closed and the donation list is closed as well, because we've got lots to get through and my readings are fairly long because we go deep. Sorry, my love, but do tune in. I'll be out here in these YouTube streets next week as well. Okay, I've starred your list. Your question, Crow's Nest. Thank you for that. Look at that. Okay, so right. I know that I've been listening to music that for some reason made my mind think deeper about certain situations I've been in. I hope to get wow, let's see if we can, the fact that you're open to letting me into your files, let's see what we can unpack for you, my love. That just warms my heart. Okay, so Ultra Ego. And I love that. Music is definitely, there's a lot going on with the melodics at the minute. There's a lot of music magicians, music alchemists, let's call them, where the music is literally sort of like speaking to the soul in remembrance. So it's nice to see that you're unlocking some of those like codes as well. Let's see, guys, what's coming towards Ultra Ego in the month of December. Let's start there. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. We've got some family situations sort of coming up, some stuff that is going to cause some anxiety. How are you with family in general? Because they're showing that that's one of the actual situations that's going to cause a little bit of intensity in terms of the stress levels as well. You perform differently in front of family, just a sidebar. I see that you kind of mask in that environment. So I guess that tells me a little bit about what the environment can be like. But answer that question for me. What is the dynamic? Okay. There's a little bit of masking as well. I think you're still sort of finding how to unveil, because the way that I'm seeing it for you is kind of like shedding an old layer of self type thing. Um, and there's still people in within the circle, I guess. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly how you, that's why I say that it's the mask. Yeah, and I get that. I get that because that's literally how you look in that environment. But it's so funny because the way that you are outside is how they are so that's them reflected. You see what I'm saying? Bring some of that into the space with family as well. Let them see some of that you, because that's so much of them reflecting back to them. Do you see what I'm saying? And you get to sort of like mesh in it as well. But yeah, there's gonna be some, I'm seeing two particular situations to do with family that may cause a little bit of anxiety. I There's decisions to be made between two family members with one, and then there's another situation where it's just a case of reevaluating things in terms of your position within family in general. Unpack that for me, guys. Talk to me about that. And what does that mean? Put that into context for me. Thank you. There's something with an aunt that's going to come up next month in particular. And it's a coincidence you speaking of family, because one of my voices in my head be telling me to show a picture of a girl called Zara, the one I spoke to you about the last two readings about. Okay. 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 Yeah. And I keep telling myself if I do, most likely she will know her family, and my doubts hinder me from doing so. No, you should communicate, because I think this hey Kay, my love, this thing that we're sort of like doing at the minute with the family situation and the being shy and wanting to be able to sort of like reflect more. I think that they're ready, they're open. I think you donations wasn't necessarily open, to be fair. It wasn't, but I'll take your donation, because when I first started I said that there was one slot open, but the free list kept growing because it was chaos. We've had to do the list a few times. But to be fair, most people are probably not gonna, the ones at the end of the list probably won't be around by then. But yeah, yeah. Donations list is open solely for yourself, Kay. You're the only person that I'd allow that little space for in this climate, because it was before I said that there was one spot open and then I took it back. because it got chaotic. But yes, with the situation, yeah, you're kind of being you're sort of being self-preserving in that space, but it's like you won't get the answers that you're looking for by not asking the questions that you need to ask. You know what I mean? Um, this is really an opportunity for you to sort of get some, yeah, it's an opportunity for you to be able to really get some sort of clarity because on both of these, like I've used two tarot cards, two decks, and both of these I've got the Hermit on the external, like from the pack on the first one, and on the second one I've got it at the bottom of the deck. So it's telling me that this is the undertone of the Hermit. Like you do a lot of introspection, you do a lot of soul searching, and that's great. But I think what's it worth searching and seeking to find when there isn't really much sharing of what you find as well? Do you know what I mean? So yeah, just take what I said there, let it land for a second, but it'll be nice to share some of what you're finding basically with family. Okay. Oh damn. Thank you, Athena. I appreciate you. But yes, with the situation with family, there's going to be something that comes up with an aunt. There's a little bit of anxiety around that situation, but you'll be able to manage it okay. Um, and like I said, they were taking me back to the other stuff to do with family as well. It's a little bit to kind of do with your ability to speak up on certain situations as well. I want to almost say like an injustice within the family dynamic is going to be had that you'll be witnessing in essence, and your voice will be called. You'll be called as a witness, if you will, to a situation, something to do with an aunt, and that's going to be playing out next month. And then there's other situations to do with family, probably the opinions of others kind of mixing into the pot a little bit as well. But this is your challenge to really be able to kind of like, I guess your integrity is what is going to be on display during this scene, I guess, because that's how they're showing it to me. Where they're getting to know the depth of your character, basically. But there's going to be some instances to kind of like trigger you to come out of character first, like out of the character that you play with them first, in order to be able to kind of like, I guess, give them not an introduction because it's not like that, but in essence, that's kind of like what it is in terms of that level and depth of knowing you. Now, hearing that, I kind of need to show my mom about what I've been thinking about lately. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I think it's worth having a conversation. Um, Definitely worth having a conversation because we've got like three different sets of cards here that are in reverse. And the one that I'm sort of like looking at in particular is the Hanged Man in reverse. Literally, because I'm feeling like you've been getting all of these downloads and you're kind of like, you need to be able to sort of like process some of these things as well in soundboard, right? That's what the whole aspect of being able to have these like conversations are there for. And I'm glad that you said mum, because obviously you have to select someone that you trust and feel comfortable enough, like a safe place basically to have those discussions of processing. But yeah, I think that that situation and being able to open up will give you an opportunity. Yeah, it'll give you an opportunity to be able to present as you are, because sometimes you can mask in this space, basically. Right, what are we seeing at the start of 2024? because December's already so intense in ways. What are we seeing for 2024 then, guys? Thank you. Okay. So interesting. We've got another Four of Pentacles, this time in reverse. Okay. This time we've got it, the energy is a little bit more self-protecting and, okay, gone back to some, okay. 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 Oh, okay. Thank you. Let me go and check and see. Okay. There we go. We've got K's as well. Okay, we're gonna do what we're doing, right? After Ultra Ego, we're gonna go Crow's Nest, and then we'll come back to someone on the free list, and then we'll go to K on the donation list, and then we'll come back to the free list. So that's where we're going with it. And then we're going to sort of unpack with the free list for the rest of the night. So on the 2024 timelines, one of the things that I'm seeing is that you kind of revert back to going back into your shell a little bit again. Yeah, you kind of revert back, not as much as you were before, but you do kind of revert back. So it kind of seems like December's a little bit of a peacocking moment, and then January, February, it's a little bit of a come down from that space. I know that my past will be something I need to address with my mum at some point, hence my thoughts about telling my mum the truth about Zara keeps popping up in my head. Yeah, I think it's worth a conversation. Because I think there's going to be some eruptions next month. And I think if you can have these conversations out loud, it quiets how explosive the eruptions may play out. Do you see what I'm saying? So if you can unload and get like the best way that I can explain it, guys, is like what I used to do when I was in school. Your parents are about to come home. For me, it was my mom. She was a single parent. Well, dad was absentee, but just as she's finished work and she's about to come home, even though I've been doing absolutely nothing but hanging out and vibing and just chilling with friends after school, just as she's about to get home, I'm cleaning up. It's kind of one of those types of dynamic, because that's how they're sort of like giving me that analogy. They're like, it's one of those types of situations where if you can clear up as much as you can, it will lesser the impact basically of the explosion. And there's something in the waters, I guess, for next month with Auntie. So yeah, have a conversation. I just don't want to come out as awkward toward her. Well, focus on what you do want. The other way to, I guess, articulate that is, I would like for the conversation to be one that flows. I would like to make sure that I'm in my own element to be able to master the tides of that conversation so that I can express what I really want to say in this space and have that be received in a way that I mean for it to be received. So I'm going to choose different words, because that's another thing. Like, listen, God's been putting it out there. Like, look, words are very, very important during this climate, during these tides, which is why you're being called basically to speak up, right? To alleviate some of the intensities and some of the internalizing, because the internalizing causes pressure and then it lessens our capacity in terms of what we can withstand. So as you do that, have the conversation, find the right space, right time. Definitely a good time. A good time. Because I already told my mom about her, but it's like Every time I have to lie, it hurts me doing that. Yeah. Okay. So you told mum about her, but you're having to kind of like keep up with the pretense, basically, that it's still kind of like something that's ongoing. Is that what we're talking about? Just so that I can make sure that I'm on the same page, because like if that's, something that we're sort of like speaking about, and that was in reference to the mask situation. um okay, have the conversation, my love. It will free you from the captivity of like, you see, like how you're having to sort of tie yourself into contracts with the spirit of deception. It will free you from that. It will also free you from your own anxieties of basically, like the truth coming to light or coming to surface. Hi, Emily, my love. um but yeah, have the conversation with mum, let her know sort of like where you guys are, and relieve yourself so that you can sort of like live in your authentic sort of like representation at the moment, because presently that's not your situation, and that's okay. Having to keep up with the lie is so much more exhausting to your energy as well. So have that conversation, it'll be totally fine. I know it's like one of those things where it's like, oh, but I've already sort of like let you know about this person. And it's like sometimes things kind of are the way that they play out, and mum gets that as well. Basically, I kept telling her that I'm still talking to her, but I'm not. And I know at some point I will show a pic of her to my mum. And in a way, I need to relieve my stress off that 100%. 100%. There's no point in you sort of like carrying the weight of that around. And like I said, you get to relieve yourself from other contracts as well, as far as like, yeah, your spiritual contracts. You get to relieve your contract with the spirit of deception in that dynamic. And you also get an opportunity to like let go of any guilt that comes along with that, because lying actually comes with a lot of guilt back there deep in the subconscious. In the unconscious, I should say. It's subconscious for people that has a high affinity to their conscience. I'm not taking any more free questions, my love. The free list is closed, donation list is closed, all the lists are packed in. We're actually going to be unpacking the lists at the minute, but yeah, get through this little space with mum so that you can navigate through whatever is going to be coming up for next month with auntie, because the come down next year, I guess in January towards February, because I'm seeing like the first 6 weeks is kind of like the energies that they're giving me a read for. You'll kind of like fall back into the whole shy. I said quiet. I was about to say shy and quiet. That's too cute. Sorry, that tickled me because I basically merged both words. And I know that's a thing today, but I didn't. That was unintentional. But yes, you kind of like go back into that whole that introvert that you sort of play in that dynamic, basically. Okay, and that's like on the other end. But in December, you're going to be sort of caught up. What you're navigating through during this season, like having that conversation with mum, trains your voice for the tension that's coming next month. And it's unexpected as well. It's kind of like a least expected sort of situation for everybody involved. But it's more a case of how the family's ability to deal with conflict resolution. That's really the class that you guys are sitting as a family. So that's going to be on display basically next month. And then after that, you have some going back to old habits, basically, because it's comfortable. Okay. Right. That being said, y'all, what is the guidance for ultra ego? Let's make it very clear. What's the guidance for ultra ego? Okay. Don't ask your angels. And it's not necessarily about listening to your intuition. There's opportunities in the right places, and these aren't necessarily like where you'll be able to see opportunities. You're going to have to decide when's the right moment to have these conversations, basically. I didn't know we was going to get this. Yeah, well, you asked what was needed for like next month, so we're moving into the classes. Okay. Get yourself ready. Have the conversation with mom so that you can offload and prepare yourself for the capacities of next month. And then at least once your test comes up, let me know how you do in the class. And then we'll unpack again after that, I'm sure. Okay. But yeah, you got this. Don't worry about it. The thing about it is like you're growing. Do you see what I'm saying? So there's nothing for mom to be able to sort of like be concerned about in this space. And I think that that's the thing. I think mum is more wanting to be able to support you. It's not about a right or a wrong answer in the situation. Mum just wants to be able to support you. And I think that's what you find when you actually have the conversation. But yes, on that note, let's dive into crow's nest question. I think it's already been put out there previously. Crow's nest. Okay. We've got your question up. Let me know if you're still in the chat because we're about to unpack it for you as well. And then we're going to go and dive into... Oh, yeah, no. I've got your question, my love. I've already popped it up on the screen. I started it from before. Good. Glad to know that you're here. Let's go and dive into your stuff. So, Jessica... Oh, that's why I'm thinking, what? The deck feels a bit odd. Right, guys. Jessica wants to know who is coming in romance class in the near future. Oh, hi, Daniela. Unfortunately, the free and donation list is closed, my love. Oh, interesting. Okay. What's coming in, love? For Jessica. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Oh, the free list is closed, my love. Hi, Nikita. Thanks for the sub. We're actually, the lists are closed at the moment. Free list and donation list is closed. We're actually just trying to get through the list at the minute. We're going to be out here for a while. We're going to be out here next week as well, so you can tune in next week. We're going to have to start speaking about the holiday season, guys, and what's going to be happening around about that time as well, because, yeah. Oh. That's okay. That's all good. All good. Thanks, Kay, for letting me know that you're still here as well, because you're going to be next on the donation list. We're going to go to, I believe, Ash is first on the free list next, I guess. Yeah, then it's Ash, and then it's Kay, and then we're going to go back to the free list with Sammy and all of the others. Okay. Okay, so couple of things with your situation, my love. There was a couple of stuff that I was seeing. That's why I was like chuckling for a little bit. So the person that's sort of like coming in for you, they're definitely coming in with a lot of scattered energy. I guess they come in, they're not necessarily looking for a relationship because they do have some commitment issues, right? So they kind of like the benefits of a relationship, but don't necessarily like the labeling of a relationship because they have some anxiety about the relationship dynamics, if you will. And like, yeah, they've got some pain points around relationships. So romance class hasn't necessarily been the easiest for them, let's say. But one of the, I guess, worst traits in the situation that you guys are going to navigate through, like the reason for coming in into the space, is to be able to sort of like deal with that combative sort of dynamic, like navigating through tension, basically. They tend to be a non-confrontational person, which is why their energy is so scattered, and that's kind of why they navigated through so much trauma in their previous relationship situation, and they're coming into the space with you to be able to really unpack that. And I am sure you are the person for the job, actually. So when they come in, like, can I ask you this? Are you still in your era where you take on projects? Be honest now, okay? We keep it true over here. Are you still in that phase where you, I think I know who you're talking about. He is someone from my past that I just cut off a few weeks ago. I do not do fixer-uppers. Good, I guess, because that's literally the process of the situation at the minute. It's interesting that you cut them off because that's literally what I'm sort of speaking about, a fixer upper. That's literally it. Sorry. I tell men up front what I'm looking for, and when they act scattered or act like their intentions don't align with their words, I set boundaries and dip. And I hear you there, because it's interesting. That's a dynamic. Why does this keep playing out for you? Why are you looping on these, attracting these wounded men in that case? What's the dynamic with dad? Sorry, like I have to go there because I have to understand. Obviously, you're trying to manifest one particular thing, but there's something else that's sort of coming in. So I'm trying to understand that. He acted like he only wanted sex, and even though he knew what I wanted, he couldn't tell me what he wanted. He even went as far as to ask me to move in with him, but as friends that hook up, and I said no. Sorry, I'm not laughing at you, and I'm not laughing at him. I'm just laughing because it was funny. I'm sorry, that's funny. Like, I don't know if he was serious when he said that. I mean, I know he was serious, but I mean, he can't be serious when he said that. Like, nobody wants to move forward or progress on that level of instability. So I know that he's wounded. I get it, right? Because like I already saw all of that on the cards, but my dad abandoned me as a child, and my stepfather was severely abusive. Okay. Now we're getting to the nitty gritty, beautiful. Now we're getting to the nitty gritty because I wanted to understand. Sorry, I'm even going to pack up my hair so I can get the downloads. I want to lock it in so that I can like give you I don't know. I'd say grab a pen and paper, but listen, take a timestamp because you might need to come back and like tune into what's really sort of going on here, because this is really going to be the tea. Yeah, that part, right? That part. Don't worry, I got the tea. So with the situation, because this was my thing, dealing with the combative men, okay, that explains with the stepdad, the father figure in the situations, and they come in scatty because dad was a band. Okay, so how about the how about your abandonment wound? What have you done in terms of nurturing that wound of your inner child? Um, just so that I can understand where you are within your healing process, and then we're really gonna unpack some shit because that's what we really want to know, right? Yeah. Answer me that question about the abandonment wound. And also, I've been in therapy for 10 years, so I've done a lot good. And I feel like I'm in a good place emotionally. You may very well be. You may very well be, but there may be a pattern somewhere that needs to be altered to shift this particular construct. Still in the pheromones. You know what I mean? It's still emitting somewhere, because this is the caliber of men that you're sort of like, okay, like reflecting, like they're sort of saying to me, obviously a lot of these men have their own abandonment wounds, they have their own issues. It's not that, it's that you have done a lot of work on your own, in essence, in terms of your abandonment wound. But a lot of these men, obviously, because you have that wound, you'll attract people who also have that wound, but some of them may not be at adept at working with it and working through it as you have done in terms of some of the work that you've done. So that's what a lot of this is. Okay, so guys, let's talk about it. I just get lonely, and men always tell me I'm intimidating when I try to date them. Yeah, because you're direct. You're pretty direct. A lot of the men that you tend to date, they themselves consider themselves to be strong characters, but then when they're met by the dominance of your force and presence, it, you know, they themselves kind of like, they find themselves bending a lot in the relationship. So I think that's what they struggle with, I guess, when they come up against like the power play in that dynamic between you and a guy. Sorry, I was like trying to look to see. Okay, okay. You've got two more of these, my love. You've got two more of these. No, they can't handle you, my love. I'll tell you that. You're right there. But you've got two more of these abandonment wound people ahead. Two and a half. Two and a half. There's a situation that also plays out that's very, very short lived. It doesn't actually even get anywhere to begin with. So we're going to say two and a half situations that are playing out for you. Before, yeah, because I think that what's going on with this situation here is that, like I said, because of the abandonment when it's there, you know, it's not, you're going to work on it, you're going to continue to sort of grow into it and all of that kind of stuff, but it's there now, it's a scar. So I think two already played out. Oh, I just ended one a few days ago. Okay. Well, there's still a half situation, and the half situation feels like somebody who actually got like X'd out before that tries to make a little bit of a comeback, but there's no chance. So that's interesting. It's kind of like a bit of an impulsive situation. But yeah. Okay. Okay. It's interesting because one of the things that you actually sort of like attract are, I wouldn't say that they're codependent before they get with you, or at least they don't see themselves as codependent before they get with you. But once they do get with you, they very quickly become dependent because you are the dominant in the relationship. I don't know how to explain it. Like you're the stronger force, basically. It's like magnet um, in the power play. You become the positive force, whereas the negative in this, I don't know how to explain it. They're just showing me like you guys vibrate on different levels in a relationship. Oh God, I just homed someone else with come in with better energy this year. Not this year, definitely not this year. Definitely not this year. And I'll tell you why. This little situation that's playing out, like I said, you're doing great as far as like you. No, yeah, I knew that there was something missing there. So thank you for clarifying. I was like, oh, insert word, but I didn't know what the word was. So thank you for clarifying. Hi, Melody. We're actually closed out for the free list and the donation list at the moment, my love. We're actually just trying to get through the lists, period. But tune in next week. We'll be back in these YouTube streets. So, yeah, definitely not. All good, all good. No need to be sorry. I'm sorry too. Okay. Do we have a timeline for you, love, guys? Talk to me. Thank you. Yeah. When is that likely to be? In romance class. Thank you. Let's see what you've got for me. You guys are funny. You guys are fun too. Or at least you think you're funny, right? Okay, I know. Can we have a timeline? Okay. So let's see. Okay, so one thing that they're showing me with the situation, sorry, because they're saying that this timeline, one of the things that they were showing me with the cards is that this isn't something that's going to be coming in like soonish in terms of like this year per se. You do have a prospect coming in towards the end of March next year. That is a breath of fresh air. Definitely a breath of fresh air. A different sort of dynamic in terms of, oh, we've got Kay on the donation list as well, Ash. I didn't realize as well. But we've got Kay on the donation list. Yeah, so March is when that person's going to be sort of coming in. I guess you're kind of like on the alert, which is okay, but be mindful not to be looking for issues, basically, because there's a right balance with that. I think that that's one of the things that they're saying. They're like, he's not perfect, but He comes along with his own challenges that are a lot more workable than some of the others that you've kind of experienced. And he's also willing to work, so work with him. Sorry, I'm just giving it to you as they say. How will I know who it is? Like, does it indicate what sign or what traits? Um, One thing that he does sort of like have is that he's not the loudest person in the room. He can sometimes be a little bit reserved because he's very observant and he's not a reactive type of person. He's very much the type of person to respond. But it's interesting. Be careful what you wish for, because that's all I'll say to you in that situation. You think that you want something that you don't necessarily have until you have it, but there's always, it's about balance, right? If a person's excessive with anything, a quality that one likes in a person can become a toxic trait as well, depending on how you're experiencing it. So I'm giving that to you as a little bit of a disclaimer, because they're saying to me with this particular person, there's a lot of the qualities that you've been looking for, a lot of the qualities that you want, in terms of being able to sit and have a conversation, but their ability to go into their emotion as well may be a little bit of a struggle. They tend to intellectualize most things. And that's where you guys will kind of like, yeah, have to navigate through communication class effectively, let's say. Okay. So yes, I hope that that was useful for you. They're beautiful. With the stuff to do with the daddy stuff. I don't know how you navigate through your dating and stuff at the moment, but it would be nice to start just getting certain questions out the way straight off the bat, because basically that's the wound that you guys are sharing that exhibits these types of patterns and triggers the looping of those experiences that you don't want to keep looping on, basically. So talk to them straight off the bat, get an understanding of like what their situation's like with dad, because it's going to basically be a determining factor as to where or what direction the relationship's going to go. Abandonment wounds is the reason why you've had the results that you've got at the minute. So speak to them to get an understanding of what their situation is straight off the bat, so that you can, I guess, decide whether or not you want to even, I guess, choose to engage or waste your time, really. That part. But yes, thank you, my love. Thank you. Okay, so thank you, Ash. Do you want to put your question out there for me as well, Ash? I'm going to start grabbing my little snacks and stuff. All good, lovely. Do you want the invite link? That's another thing as well, guys. You guys can actually come on and chat with me. Let me pop the invite link in the chat as well. We'll make it nice and quick for the most part. Okay, there we are. Invite link. What is, okay, so we've got Ash's question, and then we're going to go to Kay, and then we're going to dive straight back into the free list. There you go. Yeah, come back early, hopefully. The guides don't disrupt the list again next week, and we can just finish out this space because guides have been acting up. Okay. So, guys, our girl Ash wants to know Anil's feelings towards her. Let's start there. Okay. Okay. Oh, our girl Ash is in the building, guys. There we go. Hey, Ash.
Hi. Good evening,
Hey.
everyone.
How are you doing, Mama?
I'm doing okay. I was actually cooking and washing weights and cleaning up while the live was going on. And so hustling, I forgot to put the food that I made in a container and I end up throwing water in spot.
Listen, the focus is a little bit off, so I completely get that. Is it okay though?
I
Okay.
fixed it back.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Listen, it's interesting to me to think about what you guys get up to because I'm in here for like hours on end, so it's interesting to see because you guys still have to continue getting on with like the stuff that you guys have to get on with. Snap, life is happening, life is lifing. A couple of things that I was seeing with the situation with Anil before I actually forget because there was a few things that was coming through on the cards. Are you guys kind of like going through a little bit of a break? I don't want to say break up, but a little bit of a break, a disruption in what's kind of going on at the minute
With with
with
Anil?
Anil. Yeah.
No, because he just recently started back talking to me. The break
Okay.
would be with Sean. It was just a
Okay. Okay.
little
Okay.
minor break
Okay.
there.
Okay. So you guys have just come back from a break, basically.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
and Anil. Okay. 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 I wanted to clarify that little space straight off the bat because they were telling me about the undertone of that little situation. So let's have a look and see then, guys. I want to get some clarity in terms of Anil's feelings towards our girl Ash. Talk to me about it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Oh, interesting. It's interesting because the only two major arcanas are the only two cards that are upright, but everything else is like internalized energy. So, a couple of things that I'm seeing in terms of his feelings coming back into the space. I think he felt like things kind of was it an abrupt ending before? Did it just kind of like happen very quickly as far as the disconnect and not necessarily speaking? It felt like he withdrew. Did it just kind of shut down?
Actually, Anil is the one that I committed sin with. And right after I committed sin, I didn't hear from him after. He was just like
Okay.
didn't care to talk,
Yeah, the
and
withdrawing.
you know
Okay.
I would message and he wouldn't even respond. He would leave me on red, and all of a sudden he just
Yeah.
he pops back in. So
Okay.
he he video called me like around half two this morning.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden he just coming in hot. And then I guess when he gets what he wants, he just goes all cold. So
Mm.
I'm trying to figure out what really going on here because I'm kind of confused as to
Well, he has a tendency
the
to kind of
issue.
like drift all over the place. That's why I had to ask the question because the withdrawing thing, that's his natural pattern. That's kind of like something that's in his energy grid. He will just withdraw basically. He tends to have this sounds strange, but he actually has intimacy issues. Like in terms of like getting really close to people. He actually has some really extensive walls and barriers basically when it comes to that like physical touch he doesn't necessarily mind, let's say, but like actual intimacy, like breaking down bits and pieces of himself is something that he's not necessarily comfortable with. And I think sometimes as well, after physical intimacy, he can get a little bit
Cold? Cold?
yeah, yeah, he gets triggered.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
gets triggered.
I
I think
That's
that's why
that
he
what
wants
happened
to.
last time. That is exactly what happened last time because we uh we committed sin, and when he
Mhm.
dropped me home normally I just kiss him goodnight, right?
Mhm.
And when I leaned forward to kiss him, he was like,
Mhm.
"No, we can't." And he just blocked me one time, and I'm like, "Okay then." Yeah, I was like, "All right."
No, I know. I wish people would actually like speak about like their little inner shadows and stuff because then it would make the process so much easier. But he has emotional intimacy issues. I guess he struggles to find the words, so he wouldn't even know how to put this shit into words. Like me even saying this, like it would resonate with him in terms of me being able to like articulate and express what he's feeling, but he wouldn't be able to say this to you. Do you see what I'm saying? So he himself struggles with his ability to communicate. That's why his natural like trait in those instances is to kind of shut down and withdraw because he doesn't know how to use his words to navigate through what he's feeling in those spaces a little bit. Yeah. Okay, let's go to his intentions in coming back into this space. What are Anil's intentions in coming back into the space with our girl Ash? Okay. As clearly as you can, please, guys. Anil's intentions. Thank you. Karma. Okay. So I'm going to use the romance cards to elaborate on what they mean by karma, in what sense, because he's here to come to deliver or pick up karma. Okay. 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 Thank you. Okay. 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 Well, he's back because that is the pattern, beautiful.
Hmm, wow.
He's back
I
because that's
shouldn't
the
be
pattern.
surprised, right?
Yeah, well, he's back because that's the pattern. What they were speaking to me about, like the karma in this space, right, in terms of his intentions, is that um as much as he does tend to withdraw, he does feel comfortable enough with you to be able to speak about certain things, not everything, but certain things. And I think he wants access basically to that person back in his life. So right now, his intentions coming back into the space is to flirt and have certain open heart to heart conversations. It's not really any room for a relationship. There's not any reconciling on a romantic sense of anything. It's more a case of him basically just sort of like coming back into the space because it's a situation of convenience, I guess. And when I say convenience, it's like relationships of convenience. Like, he's kind of he can breathe again. Like previously, before he overwhelmed himself by overthinking a lot of things. And I think now he's had enough room, if you will, to be able to breathe again. And now that he can, he's kind of revisiting the space to go back onto the loop and kind of, I guess, start back where you guys left off type thing. How do you feel about it? Like, where are you with the situation?
Honestly, thought he had good intentions this time, but I was wrong. So,
No, it's
being
not
that it will
necessarily
be
that
the
he
same
doesn't have good
chemistry,
intentions. I think
I
he stick with the pattern.
yeah, well, this pattern I don't feel comfortable with. I don't want to be a wham
Mm,
bam thank you ma'am kind of situation.
mm, yeah,
It does hurt because I mean
yeah,
after committing sin, we got closer. I say because you are actually right. He does open
mm,
up
yeah,
and talk certain things that I'm sure he doesn't talk
yeah,
about with other people.
yeah.
And I thought that we were actually get into a better space with each other to actually
Mm,
move things forward. Then, as I
yeah,
said, when he dropped me home and I
mm,
leaned forward to kiss him, he's like, "Nope, we can't." I was like,
mm,
all right then."
mm, mm,
So
mm.
I don't wanna. I really don't wanna set myself up to get
Yeah,
disappointed again. I think
no,
yeah,
I hear you.
I think
I
I
hear you. That's why I
overcame
had to ask the
that.
question. Yeah.
So yeah. But I'm just curious though because I
Mm,
see because he's calling me from Miami. He came back today.
mm,
But the pictures that I saw, because he keeps changing his picture a lot though.
mm.
Today he changed the picture like 2 times on WhatsApp, which is
Okay.
a lot. I mean,
Okay.
but he switched it, and I didn't
Mm,
even notice he changed it until I don't know. My mind told me what she picture now. I noticed he changed it, right? So I'm like, all right.
yeah.
But I did mention to him before that I actually like the profile picture that he had up, right?
Mm,
And I
mm,
saw that he changed it twice, and then he switched it back to the one that I said I liked. So I'm like, okay, what is going on here, Curly? I don't know with all this, but yeah, he actually
yeah.
switching up pictures. But as I said, normally when he travels, I know he
Yeah.
travels with someone. I'm
Mm,
assuming that was the main person, but this
yeah.
time he was taking a lot of selfies, so I'm assuming. And then he called me last night from the hotel. I'm assuming he went by himself. I don't know,
Mm,
but I didn't see anybody there. So I'm like, I'm
mm,
assuming he's single, apparently.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
another thing that I was kind of curious about. I mean, it might be a little personal, but I've noticed that a lot of times I do pick a cards and stuff. What
Mm-hmm.
happened like a while now keeps showing up is that he's into people of the same sex now nah. So I'm like I
Hmm.
was like I'm not sure, but the thing is his brother is actually gay, right?
Okay.
So now I'm thinking is he into the
No,
same
well,
sex now? Because I'm kind of
if his brother's gay, he's around that energy, so it's natural, I guess, for the cards to pick up on some stuff, I guess, to indicate the lifestyle choices because he might be around that. But as far as his
oh okay.
preferences, let's see. Sorry, I'm gonna sort of dive into that a little bit. We ain't making a habit of outing anybody, guys. Calm down. But we do want to clarify. We want to clarify as far as
I just want
in-laws.
to confirm because I mean it kept showing up on the picket
Yeah.
cards I did that he wants to do things with like a transgender kind of person who is biologically a man but looks like a woman kind of dynamic. So I'm like, Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay. That's a little bit more specific because I was asking if he was like into men, but that's like a whole different type of dynamic. I don't want to offend anybody, but I have to then ask, is he into a certain demon time? Really is the question I need to be asking. Does he have an affinity sexually in terms of his moral compass? Because that's really more or less um, the stimulus in that space. Um, is that a thing for him? Is he battling that fight? Is he fighting that? What does that mean? It's not anything that I'm picking up on in terms of it being a desire for him per se. Yeah, that's not anything that I'm picking up on that being a desire for him.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not really a desire for him. But it is a sense of him basically being in that crowd. If you're sort of like putting across that his brother's, that's his brother's lifestyle.
Okay,
So
understood.
he's got indirect connections to that. Um, Back into his intentions in this space. It's not that. What were you hoping for? Were you hoping for like the relationship to be able to sort of like progress to something more meaningful?
Yes, yes, yes. Actually was expecting that.
Sorry. He still has some fears. He still has some hang-ups that he's kind of like working through. He's not necessarily all the way comfortable. Um, I think he's not necessarily used to it being a safe space for him to be able to express and stuff. So I think that that's why like he's so delayed basically um, with his ability to connect because it's kind of like he wants to, but at the same time he's scared. So it's a little bit tricky. Um, and it's not you because he does genuinely have feelings for you. I think it's more so a case of he's just a little bit broken in places, beautiful. Yeah. And I don't think that he's in a position or he's kind of like willing to move or change in these places just yet, unfortunately. What's the advice for our girl Ash in dealing with the situation? Mm, yeah, they're saying don't wait. Don't wait around. Thank you. That's the advice, girl. They said no. They said no.
All right,
And
good.
I think it's because his values basically don't necessarily sort of like align with what you're looking for. That's why I had to ask the questions that I asked because he wants it. He's just not really prepared to pay the price to get it, and that price for you would be a commitment of some sort and moving progressively towards something. And he's just not there yet, so it's not aligned. I'm afraid. Sorry, beautiful.
It's okay.
Hmm.
I just wanted clarity on it. I
No,
got it, so
definitely,
now I know how
definitely.
to move forward.
I know. That's
So
precisely it.
yeah.
I know that's what happens when you come into these spaces.
So yeah. So thank you very, very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, beautiful. Thank you. I think with the situation with him, I think you may need a friend. I don't know. Do you have the capacity for friendship for him, or are you like completely? I don't have nothing for you, boy. Bye. Where are
A
you?
fr Okay, okay. One question. When you say friend, we mean an actual friend to like talk to, or a friend like a friend with benefit kind of thing?
Well,
I know you
he's
probably mean it friend, but I'm just throwing it out
he's
there.
always gonna push it. He's always gonna push it. Like you might be. I'm asking you in terms of friend, right? Because he does need. I guess it seems like he needs because he's got a lot of stuff that is like pent up in there that needs to come out and be processed. And like safety is everything for him. I'm just asking because there's still, I guess, some stuff that he needs to be able to sort of process. I don't know if he's got the same level of safety that he does with you in anywhere else that he can get to unpack it. That's why I asked the question. But
Oh, okay. Yeah,
um,
I don't mind talking to him as a friend. If he wants to talk, I would be here, like with
I,
all my friends, right? Um, so
yeah.
yeah, but I do notice that he does try to open up to me, and
Mhm.
then sometimes he will like kind of pull back. So
Yeah.
I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I try to make this space comfortable enough for him to like, express himself. I don't, you know, take away from that. But I mean, if he
Yeah.
does want to talk, I'm here. I have no problem with it, you know. Because
I just
I
had to ask.
understand that we all have issues
Mhm.
and we all have things that we deal with.
Yeah.
And, sometimes we worry like, if we do open
Mhm.
up, will that person judge me, or will that
Yeah.
person actually take my info that I gave them and spread it? It's
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
understand where this fear is
Mhm.
coming from. I understand that much. So yeah, I mean, if he wants to be my friend and talk and open up, I am here to listen. It's not a problem. I
Mhm.
won't judge
Well,
him,
I had to ask
you
the
know?
question because you may still be called basically as much as you're not open to anything in that capacity because your romantic values aren't aligned. Um, I think that you may still be like if there's a person that he feels that he can sort of outlet with, it would be you. So you may still be called to some degree of capacity in that way. So that's why I had to ask the question. But you're good. I think there isn't really any
Thank you.
space for you to. It's been literally a century. Ash 13 needs to go. Yeah, no, she's not going to be sort of back there romantically. I'm asking the question because that's just how things are going to sort of like play out in general. In terms of him feeling comfortable enough to want to sort of come back and try and be able to have certain conversations, even with you sort of letting him know that there's no romantic affiliation. So that's why I asked the question as well, because even after you cut this off on a romantic level, that will be the next boundary that needs to be reaffirmed, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, no problem. Well, again,
Okay,
thank you very
beautiful.
much.
Thank
It was
you.
wonderful chatting.
Thank you, beautiful. Thanks for like coming on and as always, breaking the audio virginity on the link. Much appreciated. That part.
Yes,
Lilia says you
guys,
gotta go,
y'all
girl.
need to call in.
Lilia said it's been literally a century. Is that someone you know, Lilia? Is it someone you know, Ash? Lilia Putia?
No, I don't know that person.
Oh, well, Lily said it's been a century.
Okay.
Ah, no, you're good though. You're good. Well, definitely keep me posted on it and let me know how it all sort of like unfolds with the situation. Because I think he means well. He's
Okay.
just not really sure what he wants, really, unfortunately.
All right, cool. One more question though. It's not really a
Mhm.
question, it's just
Yeah.
something. Is there something going on with like the planets or whatever right now? Because apparently this week, a
Hmm.
lot of people from my past showed up though, and I'm like, okay. So I'm trying to figure out is something going on,
No.
astrologically.
We did have a week of tensions this week, and the last couple of weeks has been a week of a couple of weeks of tension, but also we're navigating through the Scorpio new moon energy that can definitely be quite intense. And it's almost like the universe has been having like one of those backstage moments where it's like the element of surprise just to see how you react. God's been doing pranks
Yeah,
every
that
day.
is a lot of surprise. It was a lot of surprise. Actually, my ex, I ended up meeting yesterday. I'm like, and he kept, he keeps talking to me now. I'm like, what the hell? So yeah, I was really surprised. I was caught off guard,
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I feel like God's doing a little bit of pranking at the moment. Just getting some laughs in, some last minute laughs, just to sort of see and reveal to people where they are and how they really feel about certain things at the same time as well. But all in a very playful spirit, like not in, not any malicious intentions at all. But I think God really wants to just show us where we really are with certain situations. So it's an interesting time. I think the energy is going to sort of like come down a little bit, but not really. Just being honest, like the energy is going to be like this for a minute because we're going to start the pre-shadow period of the next Mercury retrograde closing out the year soon as well. So it's going to be interesting, but enjoy.
I will. All right then.
Listen,
Later. Thanks
enjoy God's
again.
love. Enjoy God's laughs at your expense.
I'll try.
See if you can find any moments to laugh at yourself as well in them, because then it makes the process a little bit easier to navigate that part. Mm.
True. Okay then. Well, good night everyone, and thanks again.
Thank you, my love. I appreciate you. Right, guys, here we got next. I think we've got Kay going next. Amuna, I think you were like put your question out there twice. The list is actually closed, my love. Yeah, the list is closed. That part. Hmm. Yeah. By Ash indeed. Kay, I think you did put your question out there at some point actually, but I missed it as well. Um, and then we're going to sort of go back into the free list. Oh, I think I found your question. Um, that's your previous question. Let me know if you're still looking to yeah, do you still want that question? And also elaborate on that. I'd like more insight on the familial Hispanic or Latino connections. That question is so big, girl. I can feel my ears burning, so like the guys definitely want to speak about it, but clarify the question so that we can get like the proper clarity, if you will, that you're looking for. Yeah, no, I know. I know. I grabbed it. I managed to find it. Um, I don't know if you guys can see my ear burning because it's like red and burning because they want to talk about this question that you have, but yeah, give me some more context in terms of what is it that you want to know, because the question's too broad, so we'll only get very vague answers, not really the clarity that you'd be looking for, to be honest. Smurry, you might need to make a coffee. Trying to figure out how a Latina came into the tree. Okay. Guys, why are you over there playing with the laptop? That's so funny. Sorry, guys. Okay. Just posting my questions. A general read for what's coming towards me in the new year. My internet keep dropping. Okay, so I'm gonna start that. Okay. Someone on my paternal side spoke Spanish. Okay, let's talk about the dynamics of the Hispanic bloodline. We want to unpack it a little bit, so we want to understand how it came to be, guys. I'm seeing that, but dive deeper. Really talk to me about it. Okay. Okay. It was a relationship. How many generations back? Yeah, we've got the donation list. My love Kay is actually on the donation list, so she goes in front of Sammy, and then we get back to the free list and we run through the free list. Right. Okay. Lilia, bear with me as well. Let me update the list in terms of where you were on the list initially. Oh, Lilia, you're not on the list. I was thinking about Lalima. My bad. Yeah. Oh, yes, Valentine. Listen, I was about to say Valentino. Valina. Yeah, so we're jumping back to the free list. There was a relationship that didn't necessarily work out, but I want to get a little bit of context to the situation. Yeah. I want to understand how far back it actually goes. How many generations back was this relationship? Clearly. Okay. 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 It was, I'm seeing 3 generations back, which is the one that we're actually speaking about right now, but it's deeper than that as well. But we're going to talk about this particular situation 3 generations back, right? Everything as well is like pointing to 3. So that would be what's that? Dad, granddad, great grand. So it was the great grand situation. Yeah, would that be 3 generations? Sorry, I'm like doing the maths on that. Yeah, it was a great grand situation. And that relationship basically is where the heritage kind of okay, that's interesting. Well, it was definitely out there. It's still sort of like seen on your spirit, if you will. Beautiful. So you definitely see the name. Good. We're gonna catch up on it. I can't wait. So with the connection, Kate, was a relationship 3 generations back. It was great grand. Relationship didn't necessarily sort of work out clearly. My mom's dad has a light mother. My mom's dad. Okay, so mom would be okay. Okay. That would make sense. Sorry, I'm like trying to do the maths backwards, basically. But no, that would make sense. It was a relationship that didn't necessarily sort of well, they tried, but I think there was like a lot of there was just a lot of challenges to the relationship, to be honest with you, beautiful. Um, what do you want to know in essence of this, because this is why I wanted to get like specific questions to be able to unpack it so that we can get to the meat if you will of what it is that you're looking for in terms of the answers. But it was 3 generations back. Let me know what else you want to sort of like know in terms of being able to move forward with your research. What happened with the situation? It seems as though, let's go and speak about it then. Okay, let's talk about her. Mum's dad. So, granddad's mum. Let's talk about granddad's mum. Sorry, I had to figure out, like, you know, it gets a little bit like, oh, the trees, right? Let's talk about granddad's mum, though. Oh, that's what I'm saying. And thought was a typo. It was further back, and I also agree in essence with that as well, because that's what I was saying when I first started the reading. This is the most recent, I guess, interaction of it, but it went a little bit further back with the situation, because that's, I was surprised when they said sort of like 3 generations back, but that's what we're, I guess, unpacking to sort of dive into it. Okay, so okay. Story is pretty simple. The story is pretty simple. It's interesting because they're sort of like talking to me about the dynamics of the situation. grandma's story, or great grandma's story, I should say, is that I guess they were in a little bit of a, I think it would have been a situation where they were in a little bit of a controlling situation, a controlling dynamic. She may have been the connection. So this is interesting. So they're sort of like unpacking as well. So she may have been the last connection basically to that bloodline within the bloodline, if that makes sense. So what the hell is that? Sorry, there was something going on out there. So, I don't know what the hell that was. But yeah, so she was the last connection to the Hispanic, I guess, nature within the lineage. And after her, that I guess genetic sequence stopped. There wasn't really any more of that interaction. Okay, so that's why we started with the 3 generations back, because she was the last one. She was the last one, basically. And she was a byproduct, actually, of a broken home situation. And I have to call it that because that's what it was, I guess. It's not necessary. It's not okay. So dad was semi in the home, but dad was outside, if you know what I mean, right? Daddy was a little bit for the community, if you will, right? Interestingly enough. But that was just in terms of like a dynamic of, because there was like some drinking involved with that person. So a lot of the times they would be inebriated. And this is when they would basically have inappropriate relationships, type dynamic. So this is great grandma's dad we're speaking about. So that's a dynamic that she came from, basically. And she was one of the last. I think dad was actually the Hispanic. Dad, sorry, I was going to say the drunken that I'm speaking about. Listen, he just liked to have a good time, and that was his way of being able to unwind. And a lot of the times as well, because he couldn't necessarily communicate or express himself, the drinking was actually a way to be able to cope with some of the levels of internalization, and not being able to articulate anything. So yeah, in the space, and in the dynamics of the situation, that relationship didn't necessarily work out. And I think that that's what actually, sorry, I don't mean to laugh. But I'm just like receiving, they were like, that's what detoured her course, because dad, basically, right? Dad was the Hispanic, and what she observed of dad, she didn't like. What she saw of dad, she didn't like. And because of that, she actually took a different course. She took a different turn. Yeah, she took a different turn. It's interesting though. Really, really interesting. But I think her dad scarred her a little bit. And then after her, obviously, then the generation took a detour, like the lineage took a detour. There was no more interaction, basically, of the Spanish heritage along the bloodline, pretty much. So yeah, yeah. But it does go back clearly further because granddads, or great granddad, I should say, is actually Hispanic, like actually like accent, English isn't his first language type thing. So yeah, yeah. His behavior actually sort of like um stem from him feeling not good enough, actually. That the alcoholism was actually a coping mechanism for his insecurity of low self-worth, really. Um, and yeah, he kind of, I guess, in essence, fed that to his daughter, who would have been great grandmother, who also kind of didn't necessarily see value in him altogether, because yeah, she didn't choose those types of men, I guess, in terms of that heritage, because she was put off by her own dad. Um, he wasn't like an abusive drunk or anything like that. I think it was just a case of him not necessarily knowing his limits. And also he wasn't nice. He wasn't a nice drunk, but he wasn't abusive, like physically abusive. He would just be harsh with his words, because that's when he found like his invincible to be able to sort of like say certain things or say certain words or whatever. And he didn't always speak in English as well. Like I said, English wasn't his first tongue. um yeah, it wasn't his first tongue. But yeah, ask questions, I guess. No one talks about her much, but it's worth asking some questions and maybe learning a little bit more about her life, because it seems like she herself had an interesting childhood, because shit, after her, the lineage said no more. So she was scarred for lives, because I can't say for life, for lives, because since her, that's not been a thing, I guess, on the lineage since. So I naturally wanted to speak Spanish when classes were offered. Well, it's already within your genetic sequence. It's already within your genetic sequence, but yeah, there's great grandma would be like the blocker in essence, because she had her own reservations about what value she saw in her dad, who was Spanish. So yeah, TBC, to be continued. I guess you still got some stuff that you're doing to help them continue to repent and do their own work, because great grandma, this is probably even coming up because she's probably needing to forgive her dad. So when we talk about like repentance doesn't only sort of like work for being in physical life, like it's something that happens continuously in spirit as well. And when we repent in spirit, because the soul is separate to a spirit, like your spirit is like the essence of your story left behind from that timeline, basically. So your spirit can kind of like linger, but your soul moves forward into other lives, and that's able to obviously, I can think of at least two different lives that I have had that is basically coinciding with this one, and I'm healing in this life based on some of the repenting that I've done for some of the actions that I took in some of those timelines, if that makes sense. But yeah, because I think she's actually she's with him, been with him for a while. So she repented a while ago, a long while ago, actually. I want to say at least a good 40 years. 20 to 40 years, they're sort of like putting across. It's been a long stretch. But yeah, I guess this conversation's coming up now for you to be able to kind of, I wouldn't say process that because it's not your thing to process, but to be aware of it helps to be able to sort of like update your software, basically, is the best way that I can put it. As far as being aware of like because great grandma's trauma, obviously we're still processing, genetically speaking, right? So it would be good for you personally, being able to kind of accept that, I guess, the insight that I'm providing you is a story as to why that isn't anymore, as far as like where the lineage is now, why the Spanish, the Latino aspect of the lineage is no more, and where that stemmed from. It may open the door up to it to be able to be reintegrated into the future as well, into the lineage. So somebody else may marry into Hispanic later down the line. Yeah. So yeah, thank you for asking the question. Yeah. I think she's definitely repented. She's definitely repented because I think she's saying that like it's one of those things where she's not at the place. She's not at the place where she. Do you know what? Mexico was the thing that was standing out to me about her dad. I think her dad was Mexican, actually. Which is interesting because I wouldn't have pegged that one. But I think her dad was, it was either Mexican or Cuban. They were sort of like putting across to me. Yeah, Mexican or Cuban. I can't necessarily, and I know the two seem worlds apart, but it's not in essence. I think why I'm struggling with the geographical location is because there may have been some level of migration somewhere in there, basically. And that still needs to be clarified. But the one thing that continued to sort of like come up was Mexican and Cuba. Yeah. Well, see, this is the thing. The genetics is calling for a revisiting so it can be activated. You know what I mean? I've been getting called back to Egypt for a minute to like activate some of the lost junk DNA, not just like the junk DNA, right? Not just the stuff that hasn't been activated for like the last 3 generations, but I mean the junk DNA, the stuff that hasn't been generated and activated for a long time. But yeah, I think I think there may have been a migration from Cuba over to the Spanish speaking Mexico, actually. And that's why it appears to be Mexican, but it may be Cuban if you go further back in essence. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. But I hope that was useful for you, beautiful. Let's see. Let's close out the space and see what's the overall advice and guidance for you. What have we got? Okay. In terms of guidance on this situation. Okay. Get more information. This isn't necessarily one for the angels because they're saying you're not going to find the answers that you're necessarily sort of like looking for. In that space, you're obviously looking for cold hard facts on certain things at the minute. So they're saying get more information on the situation now that you have the information that you need to go away and continue to, I guess, do your research. So great grandma's dad is the last Hispanic Thai on the lineage, and he was somehow Mexican, but his lineage goes back to Cuba. That was actually a migration to the Mexico dynamic. Okay, I hope that that was useful for you though, because you're out here going hard. Yeah. Mm. Sorry, I'm like still processing the channel on that one. Because they're, yeah. I think she wants to take back her decision that she made, I guess. Like I said, she's opening the door for the lineage to go back down that path should, one choose to, because it's already within the genetic coding and one can activate the qualities that comes along with that archetype. Yes, you definitely need to research the migrations. That situation with the Cuba heading over to Mexico, and that's where the actual like connection sort of like stem from. That's how they got to the location that they got to meet great grandma's mum, basically. So yeah, that part. But I hope that that was useful for you. Definitely go and research into the migrations so that you can get some more depth and understanding of it. Yeah, because it's interesting. So I told someone there has to be migrations that talked about. Oh, you're typing. No worries. But yeah, there's definitely migrations that's not talked about 100%, 100%. This is the thing as well, like, I don't know, sometimes I'm tempted to like keep certain things, like, because for me, a lot of the information, me being an older sibling, a lot of stuff people will come to me, I'll be like, oh, and this person this and this person that, like, it's all word of mouth. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I feel like I want to leave a whole like dear up to the next 3 to 7 generations. This is what y'all need to know, because they will omit this. Alzheimer's will affect the human. But this is what it is, okay? Yeah, definitely. 100%. 100%. 100%. Oh, and I don't think it was like legal migration BTW to Mexico. Let's just say that as well. BTW. And when I say I don't think it was legal migrations, I think that there was some sort of foul play basically with it. It's all resolved, but there was some sort of foul play with the process of that. I saw more people with Indian DNA and Chinese, but not many Pacific Islanders. Yeah. Well, it started to thin out. In the genetic sequence, babe. That's why we gotta like keep track. So that we can pass it on to the next year, because each culture basically has their own crafts and their own powers, basically, right, based on how they deliver their craft and serve their craft and practice their crafts and stuff. So yeah, you want to know exactly, because it gives you insights into what powers basically and what power-ups your human has, which is useful. It's useful to know. Okay, because I went into a relationship 13 years ago, a different person, and just had an activation like 7 years into said relationship. And here I am. So it's important to know. But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you, my love. We're going to go and dive onto the free list and get into Sammy. I think Sammy asked for a general reading a while ago. Hey, Sammy, good to know that you're here, my love. Good to know that you're here. Let's go and dive into. Oh, I think I did start your question. I actually. Hold on, let me see. I have a second question. I think I had that out there in the ethers. We asked several questions, to be fair, but it was on the same topic. What is the question? And that's something that I'm going to clarify with guides as well moving forward, because this is one of the things that the guides spoke to me about in terms of the timing that I take on readings. Trust me, there's like lots of uproar and stuff over there in spirit. What's the second question, my love? Some would say that we've already had at least 3 or 4 questions in this space, because that's a question that we navigate through. But what's the second question in essence? How will my spiritual gifts change? Oh, damn. So everybody's just throwing out questions out there. Let me start your question, Valina. Because you would be, I'm assuming you're after Sammy. Okay, so you're putting yours out there. You're after Sammy. Okay, right. I saw shadows head on lately. Okay, you've seen shadows head on while you're sort of opening up in the spirit realm at the minute as well. And because you're so curious as well, that's one thing that I'd say when you start to see the shadows as well, it's important to make sure that you keep yourself protected as well, because they like to attach at the root chakra. But yeah, sorry, let me go back to the question. Oh, damn, I put Valina's question up. My bad. I didn't even mean to do that. Sorry, let me go and find. There we go. I clicked on the wrong thing. I tried explaining to someone there's many migrations than discussed. They didn't believe me. Yeah, that's why I said that it was illegal. I don't want to say like the wrong thing, but it was illegal. It wasn't like papers or like streamlined. Like it was like, no, this is a situation. This is where I'm going. It was just a decision made, and there was a figuring out how to get it done, basically, and that's what that situation was. The spiritual gifts in changing. I saw darkness on the wall, but a piece poked out. I stared, then it left, and the wall became lighter. Okay. Yeah, because, okay, so this is another thing as well. You see like how the yin yang symbol sort of like shows a light within the darkness as well. So and this is another thing as well, because people talk about familial spirits. A lot of the times people are like, oh, are you sure you're not speaking to a demon, especially when you sort of like go into the church. That's the perception, basically. The reality of the situation is that most people, based on how we make decisions, pieces of our soul is pretty much sold on to certain demons based on certain decisions that we make, basically. So even when our loved ones transition, their soul is also sold on, in essence, pieces, not all of, because we call back our souls from different lifetimes as well. So fractals of their souls that get trapped on certain timeline, they continue to be light, but they still have the shadows. Basically, they still have the shadows of the demons that are assigned to their souls for some of the decisions that they made and stuff like that. So that's why I said about protecting yourself as well, because when you obviously activate into the spirit realm, it's like how yeah, it's kind of like how other people have to basically, when you're trying to protect yourself, respectfully, it is the light, basically, as far as like your guides, when your guides are helping you out and your guides are like working to protect you, but it's actually the shadow that they're doing it from. It's the shadow aspect of themselves that they're doing it from. I don't know how to explain it, but it's kind of like when Jesus started to cast demons out of people and they were like, oh, it's because he's a demon. Da, da, da. It's not because he's a demon, but it is his demon that is working on their demon. Yes, because it knows how they move. We all have them, like shit. But yes, some of the things that are going to actually sort of like activate for you. How old are you, my love? Sorry, that's probably personal, but it's a part of me being able to understand where you are in terms of your spiritual walk as well, in order to really be able to put the level of gifts into perspective for you, if you don't mind. But yeah. So a few things that are going to be activated, 30s. There are certain tongues, basically old languages, dead languages on the lineage, that you'll find yourself. We speak and say that it's tongues and stuff like that, but honestly, these are old, ancient languages that hasn't been spoken in a long time, which is why there's a lack of understanding of it. But yes, that's one of the things. It's not something that you'll utilize all the time, but it's when you are ascended to your highest peak, basically, when you're using and utilizing the most of your power, is when that spiritual gift will basically reveal itself to you. And you also have your lie detector ability is basically attuning as well. And when I say your lie detector ability, it's not just a case of like surface lie, but truth in essence is what because you're constantly seeking out truth, you're going to continue to activate and activate and activate that genetic sequence as well. So you will continue to grow in your ability to detect inauthenticity and lies and misrepresentations as well. And one of the other challenges that, I say challenges, but one of the other changes that you'll find, which will probably be one of your bigger challenges in navigating through the situation, is your ability to really be able to sort of hear into the realm of spirit, like really be able to hear into the realm of spirit. And what I mean by that is like there's so many there's so many levels within the spirit realm, within the ethers, where there's just so many different dimensions. You'll get greater at being able to stand still whilst observing and taking in information that you will selectively choose to emit from all of the other dimensions as well. So those are the senses that are going to be sort of like developing and nurturing between this season. Basically, I want to say between, and I have to say between the next 6 to 9 years, because after that, you then have another ascension, and depending on where you are in terms of your ability to work then as well, there may be new powers as well that you unlock. Yeah. But those three are going to continue to expand and grow and teach you things about yourself over the course of the next 6 to 9 years as you continue to grow into it. Okay. Yeah. I hope that that was useful for you though, because yeah, 6 to 9 years, they said. Those three are the powers that you're going to basically train in. And they'll continue to grow. Yeah. They said be mindful of psychosis as well. Because it might be ahead at one of your milestones as well. Just in terms of like how open you would be in receiving the information. So yeah, that part. I hope that that was okay and useful for you though, because it's always important to sort of like know what activations we're navigating through. It makes the process easier. Hi, Nada. I'm good. How are you? You tingle. That's when you're attuning to the electric fields around you. That's the downloading aspect. So when you're receiving the electric emissions, and you're sort of like picking up all of those downloads, and basically your body's processing all of that information as well. That's probably why they said mind the psychosis. The psychosis may come as a side effect of the picking up of said information. Yeah. Left side of back, lower back or mid to high back. I don't know how else to put that, but yeah. So I'm gonna head into Sammy's little general in a sec as well. Free and donation list is closed, my love. We're literally just trying to get through the free list as well before I start creating any more chaos in the space there. I'm actually going to go back into the free list. So we've got Sammy, and we're going to be unpacking practically everyone on the free list, to be fair. We've only done 2 people on the free list so far, so we're going to go back and dive into it. But yeah, make sure that you're keeping yourself protected as well out here as well, because it seems like you're growing really quickly as well, Kay. I love that for you. You continue to be curious, so you continue to grow expeditiously. But definitely keep yourself protected out here, okay, beautiful? It's important. Because the moment you start to basically charge up, like you become a beacon in spirit, and other spirits, human and non-human, find themselves naturally drawn to light. Okay. Hi, goddess. I'm actually closed for free and donation readings, my love. I'm literally just diving back into the free list so I can bang it out, because we're 3 hours in and we've got the whole free list to go. Okay, so we're going to pick up momentum and speed as well, guys, just so you guys know, because the guys are kind of like, yeah, I've got Bible studies tomorrow as well, so we've got to move through this space. General for our girl Sammy. What's coming towards Sammy in the new year? What do y'all see, guys? What's coming towards our girl Sammy? Thank you. Okay. Oh, reunion. With who? Sorry. Okay, learning about a reunion. Okay. Okay. Okay, definitely. Okay. So there's a friend coming in. Oh, tune in next week, goddess. Get in here nice and early as well, because it may be chaos like it was today. Okay, interesting. So one of the things that I'm seeing is that this is to do with a friendship situation. So there's a friend that's basically trying to sort of like return, if you will. And you're weighing up whether or not you want to like let this person back into your space, whether or not it's actually worth giving them the time of day. That's interesting. I guess you're learning about whether or not you want to actually engage in a reunion. Is it worth it, basically? You're kind of like weighing it up. Is it worth it? Okay. How do you see things playing out with this person then? Oh, that's all good, Kay. Thank you. Thank you for your questions tonight as well. It allowed us to unpack some stuff as well, as always. Okay. Karma. Interesting. Karma in what way? Thank you. Okay. Okay, so one of the things that I'm seeing with the situation in terms of how things are going to actually sort of like play out, it is going to play out in your favor because obviously they're coming back in and you're getting to decide what you want to actually do with the situation. And it's also giving you an opportunity to basically decide if there's still any like contention, if there's any bitterness basically towards that person, like you're getting an opportunity to be able to relieve yourself of that, because I think this person's coming back in to see how much they could potentially trigger you. And the universe is utilizing that to basically see if you can be thrown off balance at this stage by this person. Yeah. So it may come with some emotional volatility, but you'll be cool, calm, and collected and grounded in it. But it's someone from like the last 8 years, basically, that's going to be sort of like making a revisit into your space, pretty much. Okay. Okay, what is the advice for our girl Sammy in terms of navigating through the situation with this individual? What is the advice for Sammy in navigating that part, right? I'm like, whoa. It was a friendship basically that disconnected. You guys had sequences like within the friendship, you guys had a pattern of basically like being cool for a period of time and then sort of like disconnecting for long periods of time and then kind of like coming back in and being cool. But I think the last disconnect that you guys had was a pretty significant one, basically. And it's been a good couple of years. I want to say at least 2, maybe 3 years and a bit since this person's been a part of your reality. So Let's have a little look and see. How do you advise our girl Sammy to navigate? It's an unlikely heir, definitely. Definitely. They're saying that the person, again, doesn't necessarily seem to be trustworthy. So this is more a test for you, basically. It's almost like, you know how they say, who sent you? It wasn't God, girl. I guess the best way that I can put it is like the devil's pretty much seeing if you let this particular person in because of their level of toxicity, the devil is going to use this person to bring in a certain level of toxicity into your life. They're an agent of darkness. That's the best way that I can put it. They don't even know it yet, but they're being used to be like put on the firing line when it comes to you. But yeah, the universe says it's an unlikely heir. When it comes up, when it shows up, you'll be able to sort of identify it. There was a type of person that was all talk and no action previously in the friendship dynamic, and they're still that person, basically. So yeah, you outgrew them. So continue your path. Continue your path. But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you. It's like very abstract, I guess, because it's like, oh, there's a person. They're from this timeline, but then this and this, so much going on in there. But I hope that that was useful for you, girl. Okay, take from it what you will. Yeah, and keep me posted and let me know as well how everything sort of like unfolds for you when it's that part, Sammy. Okay, too cool for school. Okay, 100. I'm surprised that it is so busy out here after midnight. Like the street lights aren't on. Oh, thank you, beautiful. You stay blessed as well. Keep me posted on this agent of darkness. Prop him up, basically. Oh, don't worry, beautiful. You haven't missed much. We're just officially on the free list. Now we're about to dive into Valina. Okay. I think Valina put their question out previously, and then we've got Smara. Smara, I don't know if the coffee worked. Girl, if you are still here, let me know in the chat. So I know to sort of dive straight into your stuff afterwards. Valina, I think you put your question out there. I know you didn't. You didn't. You said you was gonna update me. Okay. I need to basically knit to the loo, guys. I don't know if you guys know what I mean when I say the loo, but that's what we call the toilet here. Or the bathroom, I should say. Yeah, I've been drinking all my water. Okay, keeping my throat nice and open. Why you type your question, Galina? Because I can't find it. I don't know if you did put it out there, but pop your question out there. I did put the invite link out there previously as well. And you were sort of like letting me know that some of the stuff that we spoke about previously has now manifested and you're now on those timelines. Okay, cool. Update me as well about some of the stuff from previous, because you said that there was some stuff, and a lot of the times I channel this stuff, guys, so I don't hold it half the time. I'm not even actually in remembrance all the time because I'm just letting the information flow through me. So update me, but you'll probably have to remind me too. Yeah, girl. On that part, I'll be back. Oh, like personality and physical features. Got you, mama. Okay. Now, let's go and chop it up. Okay. Brown eyes, olive toned. I have to say olive toned because they've got a nice tan, but that's their natural sort of like complexion. Okay, let's talk about it, guys. Okay. Personality type. The husband, somebody who's actually also done his own work with depression and anxiety. It's something that he's actually vocalized about. He's an advocate for therapy. That's the best way that I can put it, because he has some sort of like program, some youth program thing that he does to be able to sort of like help young men in particular, but he has services that he provides to boys and girls that he does on another project, but there's a project that he has specifically for young men. Hey, my YouTube account, we're not even there at you yet, so welcome back. I think we are 2 away from you. We're on Valentina at the minute, so yeah. Hubby, he's an advocate within the community of personal development. It's interesting because yes, you are one away, and we're like 3 hours in. So it's good timing. No, well, we've got Smara and then you. We're at Valentina, and then we're gonna go to Smara and then you. But yeah, this person, it's somebody that you meet through a mutual connection that you guys have, but the mutual connection for you is like a connection that wasn't necessarily long term. It was like that person that pretty much like makes the connection, they phase out of the situation very quickly once you guys actually do come together. It's kind of like affiliations, basically associates of each other, that kind of comes together. His personality, his nature, he's very understanding. He's quite patient, loves a good lecture. Loves a good lecture, because he feels like he has so much wisdom to give, basically. Very, very mature. Are they already sort of like in your atmosphere as far as like some of the things that I've sort of like mentioned? Yeah. But yes, he lectures. Okay. That makes sense as far as like him actually like he thrives in like a situation to be able to sort of lecture. He loves to deliver information, like it's a passion of his. So yeah, okay. Yeah. The connection, once it's made, the person that is the mutual affiliate kind of fades out of the space. I think the relationship develops slowly. It's a slow burner. Okay. That means he's comfortable with his feelings as well, being a writer. Yeah, because you guys kind of like develop a little bit of a friendship. So there's some space for you guys to basically get to know each other, and there's a little bit of mystery and intrigue. So is he as well physical features that I mentioned in terms of brunette, olive tone, brown eyes? Is he that oh okay. The lecturer, is he the description that I've sort of like given? Oh, wow. So she's already phased out of the space. Okay. Okay, so she's left after the connection's already been made now. And basically you guys are kind of, I guess, doing the Knight of Pentacles thing, basically like slow burning. Okay, okay, well, there you go. That's the story. The story's in motion, babe. The story's in motion. Um, I met him over 10 years ago. That's so interesting. That is so, so interesting. It definitely a slow moving process in essence way, if I ever did sort of hear it myself. Um, That's okay, my YouTube account. You can put the question out there. We did hook up last year. Okay, okay. Well, he's still in the mix. He's still in the mix for hubby position. He's probably the most compatible to some of the things that you want. But he also comes with his own challenges as well, because like I said, his tendency to sort of like his enthusiasm for lecturing, um yeah, it's not necessarily the best personality trait per se. He was cute, but he had a girlfriend back then when we first met. Okay, so that's why it's a slow moving process. Okay, after the hookup last year, um what sort of like transpired in terms of you guys being able to maintain the connection? Yeah, he is very compatible. Very, very. Answer that question though. What sort of like transpired after the hooking up last year? Because obviously we know that it's a slow moving process in terms of the development. I think you guys are still sort of like figuring it out as far as like for each other, but I want to sort of like get an understanding of where you guys are in terms of what stage of the growing and maturing process you guys are with each other, because there's a certain point, I guess, that you guys must grow to or grow. Okay, he's in and out of our country. Okay, okay, that can make things challenging. So again, it's circumstances. Okay, it's circumstantial as to why it's a slow moving process. When you guys met, he had a girlfriend. Now he's all over the place as far as where he goes and what he does. Okay. 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 Um, he's a guy, I guess. He feels, yeah, no, no, no. I figured beautiful. I figured that that's probably the challenge that you guys, in essence, would be navigating through. Um, yeah, it's still, I guess, future decisions that kind of like has to be made. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. Yeah, there's still future decisions that has to be made. I think this is something that's going to be ongoing for a matter of years. I'm not gonna lie, as far as like as long as it takes for it to be right. Um, as far as you guys coming together. Um, but yeah, sorry. I'm just kind of like checking in on some stuff to do with the situation. Yeah, okay. Okay, well, let's see, what's the guidance for our girl Valina in navigating through the space? Because clearly, dear Miss Future Hubby is already here, and one's kind of navigating through the process of. Oh, good to see you in the chat, Smara. I wasn't sure if you were here, so I'm going to start you guys' questions as well. Okay, what is the advice then for Valina in navigating this space with dear future hubby? Thank you. Okay, the window of opportunity will reveal itself. Okay. It comes from moments of no communication, well, little to no communication, which seems like, there's no progress or success. And it kind of gives the impression of a no. But the window of opportunity, I guess, will reveal itself. And again, it's not any time in the near future, because I said to you, this is something that you're going to be navigating, I guess, for a while. Yeah. I like him for you. He compliments you well. He's very ambitious. So that in itself comes with its own challenges, but you're also very patient. So again, this is what I mean about the compatibility. It's about being able to navigate through each other's strengths and weaknesses, right? Balancing each other's strengths and balancing each other's weaknesses and stuff. So yeah. Jojo, you haven't missed your turn. You're actually after my YouTube account. You're after my YouTube account. It's like that with us. Yeah. Yeah, I sense that. I think for the most part, it's just kind of playing itself out. I think because he's like very driven, he's ambitious, so he's just really focused in essence. But once he's achieved like a lot of the goals that he's hoping to achieve in terms of his career and his personal goals and ambitions that he wants to prove to himself, he'll basically then be reverting back to his other goal of family and wife and what the counterpart experience is like and all that kind of stuff. So when he reverts back to being able to focus on those goals, it's just that the goals that he has right now in terms of career and personal goals and ambitions are pretty much they are the priority right now, and this will be a priority. It's like third on the list in comparison to some of the things that he's doing right now, so he's going to come back and dial back to it. So when he does, you'll already be there. That part. But yeah, I hope that was useful for you though. Beautiful. Thank you for the question, and it's good to know that he's already on the timeline. That part. Okay. So some of the questions, I think I've got Smara's question next, and then I have, thank you, beautiful. Good stuff. I'm glad that it resonated. We've got Smara's question. Smara said, girl, my question, how is Belle V feeling for me? What will happen between us? I'm a bit sleepy, girl. I can imagine. You're like, I think you guys are like a couple of hours ahead of me, or an hour or so. So I know you must be tired. Okay, so That's Belvie, right? I'm getting that correct. I just want to clarify that, Smara. It's Belvie. You don't think so? Oh, you're probably talking about the time difference, right? I don't know about what it is. What's the name? Is the Belvie? Is that the correct name that I'm sort of connecting to? Oh, Love Ma, I haven't seen you for a minute. I didn't even know if you were still here, my love. I was thinking about you next as well. I was thinking, okay, and then after that, we've got Love Ma on the list. I haven't seen Love Ma for a minute. I saw Ari at one point. Nova was in here at one point. I know Tatiana's in here. Firefly. I don't know if they're ever going to pop back in, but hey. Okay, so thank you for clarifying, Samara. Let's dive into it, guys. Let's dive into it. Belvie. Right. Oh, sorry. I'm just like, I'm feeling this space I'm coming down from this space with Valentina. Yeah, just like knowing that your person is there, even if it's not like the circumstances that you think it's supposed to look like, can bring like a certain level of content. So sorry. It was just like, as I was checking out of the space, there was a level of happiness and enthusiasm, even with the circumstances being less than ideal. You just kind of have like an oomph in your step. So, yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you, beautiful. Okay, we're going to chop it up and try and sort of like get some understanding. Belvie, what are their feelings for our girl, Smara? Let's start with the feelings and unpack it, guys. Okay. What are Belvie's feelings for Smara? Thank you. Oh, I can't copy this, but I've got a list. That's the list, Ari. You are after Love More. So I'm on Smara right now. I've got my YouTube account, which is posted. Jojo's in the chat. Love More's in the chat. And then we've got you. Okay. So feel free to hop out and jump back in a little while. But we're going to be moving through the list fairly quickly. Okay. Feelings. Let's go back to Smara's question here. No, that's Sammy's question. Smara's question's here. Okay, so feelings for you. It's definitely wanting to make romantic gestures. That's kind of like he's going to be making offers of romantic gestures moving forward. And it's interesting. I think that right now things are a little bit, I guess, unclear, basically. Things are a little bit unclear about that romance situation. But I think, yeah, there's definitely going to be offers in terms of something romantically. That's the future plan, I guess. So in terms of like the second part of the question, we'll unpack this little Knight of Cups here that is coming in, making offers. Let's see if he can actually cash this check, right? Let's see. Let me clarify with the romance. Actually, talk to me about these feelings, guys. Let's get some clarity. Okay. Oh, okay. Definitely going to be expressing romantic feelings. Now let's dive a little bit deeper, if you don't mind, Gra. I know you didn't ask the question, but I'm going to just unpack it for you anyways and see what his actual intentions are in terms of this romance that he's offering. For him, this seems pretty genuine, actually. He's not necessarily making the level of effort that you'd like, but it seems pretty genuine in terms of what he's looking at or looking for. Okay, so talk to me then. What are his intentions with our girl Smara? That part. Look at you. I bet you're wide awake now, girl. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Listen, piping hot tea. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to receive it all because we've got like a 9-page story in essence. Basically, we've got 9 cards here. So let me dive into it and I will download it to you once I've got it all into perspective. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to. I didn't realize that was there. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I was trying to check and see if there was anybody else in the like vicinity, girl, because I know that was a pattern that one was navigating prior to, because I know that that's where you left off in Gianni class, right? So, well, in romance class with Gianni. What I'm seeing on this situation, so I had to unpack it and really like process. He wants it, but I don't know how aligned he will be with actually being able to kind of like show up consistently. I think that that's the injustice that is likely to occur, because what I'm seeing, there's so many things going on here. We've got 4 major arcanas with the situation, lots of air energy, so the communication is a lot better than what you've experienced. It's better than what you've experienced to some degree. It's not ideal, as in perfect, but nothing's perfect. So, but for the most part, in communicating, he speaks up, I guess, to some degree. I do think he's calculated in some sense. I think he's learning, I guess, what it is as well that you're looking for, because he wants to present exactly as that, to increase his chances of being able to, Yeah, I know, bro. I know. I feel him out of your energy grid, like anxiously. Okay. And you're doing okay, mama. You're doing okay. I was going to ask you, how are you healing from that space? Because I think this situation rides a little bit on that as well. I think that just like I can pick up on it, and this is what happens a lot of the times as well in relationships, right? Um, like Gianni's still sort of coming out of your system, right? He's still coming out of your system. Um, that will cause some insecurities for him whilst he navigates coming into this space. It's an unconscious thing because we're all actually connected and we can sense these things intuitively. So there may likely be situations where even though he says that he wants to be able to do certain things, he might just fall short. The circumstances, as you will see, because he's basically going to be going through this process of being compared to Gianni, it's almost like he's on this hamster wheel that he's running in essence. So do your best to kind of like work through getting that out of your system as quickly as possible, Gora, whilst you're in this space. So Mr. Belvy here can, I guess have a fighting chance in essence. Yeah, he's going to navigate through your confusion is how this actually plays out, because you're asking, this is answering your question as I've like asked about what his intentions are towards you. I'm seeing how the story actually sort of plays out in essence. His intentions is to come together, but he falls short of that because of feelings of confusion. And that again is stemming from the comparison situation, which is what spurs him to going into basically learning you again. Because right now he's in the learning stage of learning you and figuring out how to present exactly what it is that you want. But in doing that, to be able to get you, he some of those things aren't necessarily like his natural nature, basically. So it's kind of like an act, if you will, that he puts on to be able to kind of like get you, in essence, for lack of a better way of putting it. I'm just going to keep it honest with you guys. I'm just going to give it to you guys as it is. Because it's a little bit of an act that he puts on when it comes time for him to be able to maintain it, inconsistency will also be a factor that you guys will have to navigate through. So that's what he is coming to the table with, just like you're coming to the table with the Gianni wound situation. So in terms of his intentions, I guess his intentions is to be able to sort of protect himself, and also manifest what he wants in essence, which is a romantic union, a partnership, basically. There's definitely an attraction there. Okay. Oh, girl. What does he think about our girl Smara in terms of her interactions with others? Okay. He doesn't feel like you're tied to anybody else, basically. He doesn't feel like you're tied to anybody else. Yeah, he doesn't feel like you're tied to anybody else. He actually thinks that is open door policy, I guess, at the minute. Single, and ready to mingle is the best way that I can put it. Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't see like you're with anyone else. Yeah. Let's see. What do you guys advise our girl Samara in terms of navigating through the process with Belvy? Does he want to be serious with me? That's a good question. Let's dive into that. What do you guys advise? Okay. Okay. Because I really don't want to see the same story again, that poor girl. Okay, I fully get you on that. So with the situation, I guess their advice for you is to let go of the past because you're going to have an opportunity to be able to do so within the next couple of weeks with this person. And it's not necessarily about being assertive. It's just about communicating the situation clearly. Let's get a little bit of clarity, however, on your question. We've got another yes no deck. Does he want something serious, guys? Okay, be looking for a long-term commitment with our girl Smara. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm like going through the process here. I'm getting some hits. Okay. He does want something. He does want something serious. He's crossing the path to wanting something serious. I think at the minute he likes the idea, basically more so than the reality of it, because he's, how can I put it? Being responsible for somebody else's feelings, actually having to consider somebody else when you're having to make certain decisions, all of that kind of stuff. Those are things that he'd have to sort of like adjust to in this space. So the idea of it, like a relationship, sounds good, but the reality of it comes with its own challenges, basically. So, yeah. Hey, Nagar. Unfortunately, the free list is closed, my love. We're literally just navigating through the list. We're like 3 hours in, and we've got a good few to go. We're actually onto the list here. But I hope that that was useful for you, Smara, because there was like a lot in there. We unpacked that real quick. But yeah, I guess the it's up to you with the situation, because he's gonna make an offer, pretty much, or has been, I should say, making an offer. But yeah, sorry, Nagar. So we're going to be diving into my YouTube account's question next. Yeah. How do you feel about that? Question to you, Smara. How do you feel about an offer? Are you open to offers at the minute? Are you open to offers? Okay, I see you open to offers, girl. I love it for you. He wants something serious. I think he still has to adjust to have a conversation with him. Do you know much about his previous relationships? Because I think he still has to adjust to your relationship standards as well. Yeah, because he's still navigating through some of that. The thought process is still a bit premature, basically. All right, guys, let's go. Yeah. Okay, well, that's good. It's good to know that you're open. Stay that way. I think he still has some stuff that he's trying to figure out when it comes to you too. Okay. Okay, so I know you did. I know you did my YouTube account. I actually have it from earlier, but yes, I'll pop it up. I think it's clear to me that Gianni's not the right person. Yeah. Good. Good. And even though it's clear, sometimes it still takes a minute to get on our system, but good. I'm glad that you have that clarity, at least with the situation, and you can allow for yourself to be open. Because it's going to be necessary. Okay. Right. So, my YouTube account. He doesn't have many relationships. Okay. I figured because that's why he's a little bit undertrained in places. So you have to train him, in essence, in relationship protocol. But yeah, that part. Okay. Okay, so what does Kawan? Is that the name? Kawan? Think of me. Okay. My YouTube account wants to know, what does Kawan think of them? My YouTube account wants to know, what does Kawan think of them? Put it into perspective, guys. Thank you. Clarify. Oh, thank you. Oh, I think you're right, my love. Okay. Romantic feelings. So it's interesting. I'm going to say this to you because there's two aspects to the situation. You're not their usual type. And I have to say that because the attraction part of it, it wasn't really a build like that. But there's romantic feelings from the getting to know you aspect. So I think this is why it's a little bit like they're a little bit like, you know, kind of like keeping their cards close to their chest as well. Because I think the stirring of romantic feelings surprised them as well, because they were pretty much just kind of literally just being open, being a free spirit, not necessarily taking too much or making too much of situations. But I think they've recently, and I have to say recently, within the last 3 weeks, 3 to 4 weeks, maybe, got some clarity that they may have some romantic feelings. Why is there feelings of betrayal? What's the dynamics with you guys? Because within those romantic feelings is basically like triggering a sense or feeling of betrayal. Betrayal to who? Does that make any sense to you? Sorry, because they've been pondering on this feeling for like the last 3, 4 weeks. So I'm trying to ask some questions to see if I can, I guess, get some clarity in terms of what the stagnation is right now. My YouTube account. I have no clue. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Well, there's some romantic feelings there. I think they're kind of trying to figure it out. Like, I was wondering what comes to his mind when he first thinks of me. They like your personality. I think that's the thing with the situation. So one of the first things that they think about is that you're quite a warm person. You're quite quiet sometimes. You talk a lot as well in the same breath. And they can sort of like appreciate that, I guess, about you. Hey, Jazz, how are you doing, beautiful? And what do you mean I'm not his type? So physically speaking, you're not necessarily what he goes for, generally speaking. That's just the best way that I can put it, because I think that there was a little bit of the spending time. I think that it was the spending time, little time, where one was able to sort of like see your personality like come through. I think there was a certain preconception, I guess, as well. I think he kind of like prejudged you a little bit as well. And how are you doing, Mama? Jazz? Yeah, I think he judged you a little bit as well. And he's kind of, I guess, getting some clarity on who you actually are. Really. And I think that's where the attraction, I wouldn't necessarily say grew, but the romantic feelings just developed, basically. The romantic feelings developed. And I think there's still a little bit of curiosity as to who you are and how you did that. Basically, I think it's kind of like spun his head a little bit. Yeah. Does he not think I'm attractive? No, it's not that he doesn't think that you're attractive. You're just not necessarily the type that he goes for, generally speaking. It's not that he doesn't find you attractive. You're just not what he naturally goes for. So it's like putting certain things on paper. Oh, I like these features. I like these features of a person. I like this physical aesthetics. There are things that you have. It's just that he wouldn't have pegged you at first glance for someone that he would actually develop romantic feelings for. You're attractive. It was just not, it wasn't something that was a thought to him. Like first time, second time, like seeing you, Um, it was something that built. It was something that built because that you just want his natural sort of. I don't know how else to put it to you, my love. It's not that you're not attractive. He just wasn't necessarily sort of like his type. That's literally what it comes back down to. Every time I'm trying to find another means to be able to say it, they're still saying the same thing. You just weren't necessarily his type. But I guess in being able to sort of like see you and sort of get to know you, he's developed a little bit of romantic feelings. Oh, the list is closed. Has been for a minute, JH. I'm sorry, my love. Yeah, has been for a minute. Yeah. Elaborate a little bit for me on these romantic feelings as well. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Not necessarily having the heart-to-heart conversations. Does he dislike me in a sexual way? No. Thank you for censoring. No, I don't think that he dislikes you. You just want, you know what it is? Like sometimes you see a person, you're not necessarily there, like your type is your type, and that's what sort of like gets you there, and you just didn't present that type. And when I say that type, he tends to sort of like have be attracted to, and it hasn't necessarily worked for him, to be fair, but he tends to be attracted to females that are basically very high maintenance. It's a case of yeah, he tends to be attracted to that very, very well groomed, right? I say well groomed, sort of aesthetic, right? In terms of like just everything, prim, proper, in place, all of that kind of stuff. But he's actually really irritated by those types of people. And I think that's why it's a little bit of a pleasant surprise, in essence, basically. That's why there's a little bit. So one of the things that they're saying is about staying optimistic about the situation, because I know you guys aren't really having the heart-to-heart like sharing of conversations where they're sort of openly expressing these romantic feelings. I think they're still trying to figure it out themselves as well, because like I said, the type thing was a thing, I guess. And they're kind of figuring that out. All right. Was I going to sort of clarify a little bit more? Stay optimistic about what exactly? We know the lack of conversation, but okay. About being hesitant. Okay, thank you. He usually goes for super hot girls. Is it that I'm not hot? Oh. No, I don't want to hurt your poor little feelings. It's just how people present. Listen, okay, see how I am right now? I used to be a whole tot. Back in my early 20s. I would present differently, like present completely differently. I would exude my succubus demon that lives in the back of my unconscious, but she's more in the subconscious because we pals, okay? She comes to surface whenever I sort of need her. But in most cases, that's usually it. You know, in this space, you're probably not really sort of, he's not connecting to your succubus, right? Because she's not out here presenting for everyone. That's all it is, beautiful. So I don't know if that gives you like a better articulation for you to understand. It's not that you're not attractive, mama. It's just in terms of the types of females that he's usually drawn to and the way that they present. Right. Hey, Janelle. I am doing free readings, but our list is closed, my love. We are completely full for the night. We've still got a few people on the list as well. Jojo, if you're still here, my love, start getting your question together as well, because we're going to come to you next after my YouTube account. And Love Ma, you're up next as well after that. So, yeah. But yes, beautiful. It's not that you're not attractive. It's just a presenting thing. And yeah, I think there is, okay, good, Jojo. Good to know that you're here. I think it is a case of not necessary. Do you think he has more feeling for Mel than me? Okay, that's another part of the question, I guess, to unpack. I didn't even see that question now. Let's have a look. What are his feelings towards Mel? Oh. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. I think as far as the Mel situation, it's interesting because what came up on that one was that there's lack of closure on that situation. So I don't think that, how can I put it? I think that they're sort of biding their time. I don't think, is Mel available at the minute? Let me ask you that question. She says while she eats her cookie. Is Mel available right now? Like single? There you go. That's exactly why I asked the question. She, aesthetically, in terms of the way that she presents, meets what he usually goes for. So on that one, he's calling patience, right? He's patiently waiting for his window of opportunity. In this dynamic with you, I think he feels more like the dominant in the space, and I think that that's potentially what he's attracted to, if I'm honest. And those are some of the things that stirs his romantic feelings. It's the thought of actually being wanted. And those are some of the things that stirs the romantic feelings in this space. And because it wasn't necessarily what he had anticipated sort of showing up, yeah, it's one of those things that he's trying to navigate through at the minute. I hope he doesn't think that I'm into him. Are you into him? Let me ask you that. Are you into him? That part. Does that show up? I'm asking you, are you into him? He's not sure what you feel, to be fair. He knows that it would be a little bit easier. You're polite, you're basically like easy to talk to. It's not necessarily as much resistances for him to kind of navigate through. He gets the sense that you're open. I think he's not sure whether you like him or not, but he gets a sense that you're open. Yeah. That part. Let's see, what's your guidance, my love? Navigating all of this awesomeness. Snap. Okay. Oh. What's the thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Okay, they're saying it's not necessarily the right time as far as this situation developing. One of the things that they're showing though is that there's no perfect timing with this situation as well. I think it's more a case of I guess letting things unravel naturally. Okay, he just had a charge up for his moon as well. Interesting. Yeah, they're saying there's no perfect timing on the situation. You don't necessarily need to look for a sign. It's more a case of there'll be direct communication when it's the right time. Like they'll just be very clear cut, direct. This is what it is. I think the feelings are still sort of like developing. Like I said, for him, this shift sort of like transpired in the last 3 to 4 weeks. So I think he's still sussing it out himself, and this still has to unravel itself for him to really be able to articulate what it is that he's actually feeling. Do you see him pulling the trigger, asking me out, or showing any signs? I shall answer that question. And that's going to be the last question. I'm just going to put that out there because this is where it gets tricky, where the guides tell me that this is why I'm constantly out here in these streets and I'm working on this quality within myself because I want the tea for you guys, right? But we also want to be able to make sure that I can do that. Literally, my ears are burning right now because they're like, we also want to be able to do that in a fashion where also for myself as well, because I'm in these spaces for hours on end with you guys as well, to be able to give you guys as much as I'm trying to give you guys. And that balance is not going to work for 2024 timeline. So I'm being prepared and pre-trained, I guess, for some of those stuff. And this is me giving you guys a forewarning. So when we say one question moving forward, we might unpack that said one question. If I have to ask questions and stuff, we might sort of unpack. But that's something that we're working on. Just so that you are on the same page, we're going to unpack that little question there and wrap it up. Because usually when I go into the guidance for you, as far as from the guides, I'm sure you guys understand the pattern of how I read. That's it from there. Then I move on to the other person. But I'm going back into open channel of thought for you on this question. Do you see him pulling the trigger? I think it plays itself out. If they wanted to sort of like give me a full clear-cut situation on that, because I don't think it's as clear as that. They would sort of like put it, and I like the fact that you said for the future there, because I think that now, my love, is a little bit more, that is a bit more conducive. In the future, yes, that was one of the things that I saw, but it takes them a while to get to that place of being able to have that conversation. There's a lot of being able to spend more time and suss you out as well, and basically like figure out if it's a likely rejection. I don't think his little ego can handle another rejection, I guess, in this space, in essence, like that. But he's sure as hell gonna try. But yeah, it takes some time. It takes some time, to say the least. I'm seeing weeks here on this one. There's still some weeks to go before we get to the asking. And it's a cute little ask out as well, you know. Yeah, charming. But there's still weeks left before you kind of like get to that place in the space. Okay. I hope that that was useful for you there, my love. And sorry if it felt like a telling off. I wasn't trying to tell you off. I was trying to actually utilize the space to be able to give forewarning with everyone, because that's something that they've been preparing me for as well. Because we're going to be doing a lot more of this stuff. Oh, good, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for stopping in and checking in and asking, you know, what you needed to ask. Okay, that's what you're supposed to do. Consider these guys. Okay, the level of leniency that we have as well. Because my time is going to be so tight on the 2024 timelines. They're sort of pre-prepping and pre-warning. But yes. I am a Pisces Aquarius cusp. That's my sun. I'm a cusp sun. A cuspy double charge. That shit is intense. Like between, you know, towards the end of the year, I just have like charge. It's intense. I remember one of my moon charges where I had like, I think it was like, because I'm a Capricorn moon as well and Virgo rising, so it was literally like a good 3-month span where the moon just constantly was just giving me like bare charges. I actually grew a wisdom tooth. I was like, shit, that was intense. I grew so quickly. But yeah, water sign gang, hell yeah. Okay, that part. Right, Jojo. That's how you do that. Okay, love that. That's how you do that. Ari, I think you're next, right? After Jojo. No, we've got Lovema. Lovema, if you're here, start getting your question together. Because after Jojo, then we've got you, and then we're gonna go to Ari. Nova, I haven't seen since a while ago. Lovema, damn. Okay, let me start your question, Lovema. That's how you do that. Okay, we're gonna come back to your question. I'm gonna read for Jojo quickly, and we'll see. What are Jay's thoughts and feelings towards me? Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry, I was just reading your question, Lovema. But Jojo, what are Jay's thoughts, firstly, towards Jojo? Let's get some clarity. Okay. Oh, okay. They see you going through a bit of a rebirth. Sorry. I'm being nosy. Jay's a boy and I'm a girl. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for clarifying. Beautiful. You got my download. I actually asked the guys. It's so funny. It's funny because I asked the guys and then they gave you the answer to sort of like give to me. I was like, okay, guys, what kind of space are we reading here? A lot of the talking, like the talking that I do out loud that you guys see me do, that's literally maybe like 60% of the actual talking. There's a lot of talking that goes on in the unconscious in my mind. So I literally was asking them, okay, we're going to read in this space. Let's clarify. So thank you for clarifying that, my love. And thank your guides for like being able to pour into you so quickly. Sorry, that was just hilarious. I asked them the question and then they got you to answer for me. Love it. Okay, so thoughts on the situation. It's interesting because he feels like his thought process is that you're actually changing for the better, I guess. You're becoming a little bit more authoritative, like you're being a lot more direct in terms of like your communication on certain things. And I think that they are observing that about you. And I think they're intrigued, pleasantly surprised. And I think they may be attracted to it. There you go. You literally said what I was like, putting across. I think they may be attracted to this energy that you're giving, right? This boss energy that you're sort of like giving, because that's how they're sort of like seeing it presented. This authoritative sort of like figure in essence, just in terms of dynamics. That's kind of like how you present. In most cases, you're usually the dominant component in most dynamics that you're in, basically, or that's how you've shown up in terms of the situation that he's seen you navigate. So he loves confidence, and that's something that you sort of like wear really well, and he's attracted to you for said confidence, really. Yeah, let's dive into his feelings. What are his feelings? Okay. Not necessarily clear. Okay. Talk to me about those feelings. Thank you. There was a spirit just here. I don't know where they went. Sorry. Okay. Interesting. Elaborate. Sorry. I'm going to get some clarity because his feelings. It's interesting because his thoughts are in the realms of 8. We've got the 8 of Wands, and his feelings are in the realm of 8. Again, we've got 8 of Cups. So at least he's on that 8 vibration, right? But I think that has to do with his confusion. So it's more like a looping, and he's dealing with indecision. I think that, sorry, let's do that. Okay, I think that there are some questionable aspects, I guess, that he thinks about, whether he would be able to navigate the very thing that he loves about you. Last time I seen him, he was very touchy. Yeah. The very thing that he likes about you is also the thing that he's unsure of. Basically, he tends to I don't want to say prey, but he tends to go for females that are a little bit more weaker mentally, for lack of a better way of putting it. I didn't want to put it like that, but that's just me being honest, in terms of how it's being given to me, in terms of the intuitive hit. And I think that because of that, he's still kind of figuring out what he's doing in the space with the situation when it comes to you, because you are strong-minded, and I guess he likes that because that's usually a quality that he possesses in relationships. That's usually how he projects in relationships, like how he reflects. So it's interesting because that's why he likes it, but at the same time, he's a little bit unsure. So I don't know if he, as much as he's like, putting it out there, as far as liking, I don't know if he has the capacity for anything serious, because I think he's actually intimidated by said confidence. And given the right dosage, basically being in a relationship where this person's opinion also matters and they're very open and expressive with it, can be a little bit challenging for his ego. So yeah, tread carefully is what I'd say with this one. I think that he's cool, not a bad guy. But I don't necessarily think that he can withstand something romantic with you. Not unless he's willing to dismantle his ego and go through a reconfiguration process. What does he think I feel towards him? Does he think I'm attracted? Okay, what are his thoughts of? Okay, thank you. Well, I think he thinks that you would like to spend time with him, and he's open to spending time with you too. That's about as far as he's gotten, I guess, or at least for the very least with the cards that I'm using anyways. That's about as far as he's gotten, as far as what he thinks that you feel. He thinks that you like being around him, and that you guys have good energy, and that that you're going to have a good time with him. So you're not necessarily worried, and you shouldn't be. How cocky of him. I see why he thinks that he's like so confident, because he is to some degree, but it's slightly to the point of arrogance, actually. And he'll learn that as he kind of like moves through the process. Does he think I'm attracted to him? He thinks that you think that he's a funny guy. I think he thinks he's everybody's type, to be honest with you, truth be told, my love. I think he thinks he's most people's type. So yeah, that's just his level of confidence. But yeah, does he think I'm attracted to him? Yeah, he thinks most people are attracted to him. As far as like what he thinks that you feel towards him, he's not all the way sure if it's feelings, but he knows that you like him. He can tell that you're attracted to him as well. Does he plan on making a move? I think that it's something that I wouldn't say he's planning on right now, but he'll kind of get there. It's something that kind of develops. He's not really at that place just yet where he can like make that type of decision. That's a little bit too impulsive. He's a little bit more calculated than that, to be honest with you. But yeah, he's actually sort of like dealing with some distractions, I guess, so that he can just reclaim his power to really be able to own this space with someone like yourself. So yeah, he'll make a move in his own time. This one, I'm not gonna lie, this one's months. This one's mum's. It's kind of like how I'm seeing that one play out, to be honest with you, Jojo. I'm seeing this one 3.5 months. The other one before, I was seeing sort of like a 7 to 9 weeks timeline. But as far as who did I read for just then? Theirs was a 7 to 9 weeks timeline. I think my YouTube account with the person that they're sort of like navigating through stuff with. Yours, Jojo, is around about a 13 weeks timeline that I'm seeing for you. That's why it's months. In terms of like them actually sort of making definitively a move. Okay. I'm gonna go and close out the space and ask a final question as far as like your guidance. Yeah. What is the overall guidance for Jojo on the situation? I'm gonna close out this space, my love. When I do come into these spaces, because I can't be mad at you guys. I've broken you guys bad. Do you see what I'm saying? It's a one question reading, but I do dive into stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna answer in terms of the guidance on what you're sort of doing. This is again, it's interesting. I'm having to set boundaries, guys. Sorry. Timing. It's almost 2:30 a.m. So I'm trying to wrap up this space to get off to bed. As much as I love you guys and I want to hang out, I've given all that energy earlier. I need to kind of get a little bit more boundaries into place at this stage of the game. But I'm going to close out the space with your guidance for Jojo on the situation with Jay. What's the guidance, guys? What do you reckon? What do you guys reckon? Okay, thank you. Okay, they're saying there's no communication. The situation is going to struggle, I guess, to be able to get to the place that you're sort of, that's why I said to you about 13 weeks, because it seems like there's a lot of ins and outs with the situation. So yeah, the guidance for you is that there isn't necessarily something better, or you're crossing the path basically of deciding if you're willing to wait for that situation to play itself out, or if, I guess, you're over it over the course of the next few weeks. But like I said, there's a 13 weeks timeline on the situation, so your patience will be tested, I guess, in the process. And also for yourself, it might fizzle out as well over the course of that time. So time's probably going to be telling about what the actual core feelings are with the situation when it comes to you and Jay. Yeah. But I hope that that was useful for you, my love. Yeah. Right, who do we have next on the chat? We've got Love Ma. I think Love Ma put their question out there, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, they did. I'm gonna pop that out. Okay. All good, Jojo. Thank you, my love. Tatiana, where are we? We're gonna go on to Love Ma's question now, and then after that we've got Ari and Nova. I haven't seen Nova in the chat for a minute, so Nova, if you are here, can you let me know as well, please? If not, we've got Ari, and then we've got Tatiana. Firefly as well. I don't think that they're here. But if you are, correct me if I'm wrong. Good stuff, Love Ma. Thank you for confirming. Okay. Right. Oh, damn, Firefly. I wasn't sure if you were still here. I haven't even put your name across in a minute because I thought you were just kind of like floating on by, but good to see you're still with us. Okay, so we're going to close out the space with Firefly. Only person we're missing at the minute is Nova. So yeah. Okay. Ari, you've probably checked out to come back in. I'm not too sure. But if you are, your time's coming up soon. So your guides, they better get on it. Okay. Can we see what is my future job? Will I be happy with it? Okay. Talk to me. Future job for our girl Love Ma. Sorry, guys. Future job for Love Ma. Okay. Okay. Okay, so the next job situation, I guess, it's a decent gig. It is something that doesn't necessarily, how can I put it? It's not something that basically like puts you in a position to be able to sort of like, build basically, because it seems like it's short-lived. It is, I don't want to say it ends abruptly, but you're in it for a while. You're in it for a good little period of time, but it does conclude abruptly, basically. Circumstances to do with the business. The job itself, you're okay with. I think you're enthusiastic about it because you're just kind of happy to be in a position where you're actually sort of like working towards some of the goals that you have. So I think you're happy in it for that reason. That wears off like most things, right? Or enthusiasm sort of like goes. So it's not that you're not happy, but you're less enthusiastic after a good period of time. I want to say good like few months into the game, the enthusiasm sort of starts to fade a little bit. Do you have a particular like niche in terms of jobs that you do? Like, do you have a particular qualification in a particular field? I think I have to ask that question to be able to get some insight to further unpack this. So answer me that question, my love. Do you, sorry, while I eat my sweets, No, I hear you there, but do you have any specific qualifications in a certain area? Because the stability thing, for some reason, the next job. Okay. In what area? What's the degree in? Sorry, I was like trying to be able to sort of give some clarity for you. Again, I have to ask the questions. I'm about to get a second degree in psychology. Okay. Okay. Because this is the thing with the levels, basically, and the leveling up in essence. Okay. Hey, Monty. Yeah, it has been a crazy minute. I is good. God is great, and I'm amazing. I think there might be a little bit more stability once you finish up what you're doing with the second degree, just in terms of like the level of stability that you're looking for. You are going to get to be able to get something that gives you public recognition. So you'll be able to kind of progress basically within the career situation. But it's going to be short-lived, that progression. Let me see. When's the job coming? Sorry. When's the job coming, guys? When's the job coming? Thank you. Nope. Yeah, well, it's sort of saying that. Interesting. It's definitely not within the next few weeks. So it's actually towards then is my practice. If it's in January, then is my practice, not an actual job. No, it's not within the next few weeks sort of situation. It's not. But it's also not necessarily months either, because they would have. Oh, I wish, my love. We don't necessarily do basic yes or no's over here, I guess. We do unpacking, I'm afraid. Hence your girl's been here for almost 5 hours. So I'm going to be wrapping up, actually. Thank you, Tatiana. The free list is closed, my love. We're actually just cracking on and getting on. So yeah, we've got about 3 more people on the list, and then your girl's signing off. Yes, so it's not going to be in the next few weeks, and I don't think that situation's it as well in January either. So when's the timeline? Thank you. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I was just getting some clarity. I actually see it being more towards mid-February, just about actually. So it's not necessarily anything. The practice is probably still going to be there, I guess. Then is my practice not a actual job? Yeah, the job situation's mid-February. Yeah, mid-February. Okay. What is the advice then for Lovemar when it comes to, I guess, navigating the path between now and then? Okay. Okay. If you weren't afraid, what would you do? Okay, so you have to navigate the situation from your place of fearlessness. It's not necessarily about the like establishing the right boundaries. It's about really sort of like seeing how you can show and present basically in terms of the little boxes, because like we're very human, right? So every interview you go to, every situation that you're sort of in, they're expecting you to fit a certain box, and you get better, I guess, at learning how to fit into those boxes because you're so much more than what can fit into those boxes. But you, I guess, go smaller to be able to fit into these boxes, if you will. And that's the thing that you're going to be learning between now and then when the right one comes along, basically. Yeah, mid-Feb. Mm. But yes, beautiful. Finding the right sort of like ways to be able to sort of project. I don't know, something, the stars align for mid-Feb onwards for you, which is interesting. Okay. I hope that that was useful for you then, my love. That part. Yeah. You will be happy with it. But when it comes to an end, it's very abrupt and short-lived. And I think that and it's more of a transition. Let me not even say an end. Once it goes into transition, because you kind of outgrow the job itself, just in terms of your own personal development, it's when you're getting your level up. When your level up moment starts to happen, you'll basically then kind of have to reevaluate some of those situations, I guess, that kind of transpires just as you're about to leave the space. But you're going to go and learn everything you need to for the next, I guess, milestone. Who have we got next? Because I haven't seen Ari in the chat for a minute, and Nova I haven't seen in the chat for a minute. I think Ari, not so happy that it ends. Well, it transitions. It transitions. I think you outgrow it. So it's not necessarily just an end. That's why I had to clarify the ending on that, because it's not just an abrupt, it's more of a case of it transforms, like you outgrow that because you do so much more after that point, basically, and you move into another level, into another lane. Mm. Okay. Let's have a little look, shall we? Right. Ari's not here. Firefly, are you still here? There's Tatiana's question, because I can't see Ari on over in the chat. Firefly, that's what's up. That's how you do that, Firefly. Okay. So I'm going to read Tatiana's question, and then I'm going to come back to you. Right? Firefly was committed. Firefly said, "What? I got my window of opportunity, and I'm taking it." That is dedication. That part. Okay, Tatiana. That part. Okay. Let's talk about it, guys. Tatiana wants to get some insight, I guess, into how men see her physical appearance. Okay. How do they see her? Yeah, the aesthetics. Oh, thank you. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm like taking it all in a little bit. Okay. Okay. So a few things. Oh, girl, trust me. You know I'm gonna be honest. I can't help myself. A few things with the situation. Sometimes it can be a little bit confusing because you project two different parts of yourself in the spaces, right? For the most part, whenever they come across you, it's like they find you to be attractive based on the fact that like you're open and friendly to some degree. Like, let me put that disclaimer out here. You're not just out here like, you know, being friendly to everyone, but you're not rude, basically. You've got manners. I'll put it like that. You've got some manners, which is useful. And with that, I think there are certain guys who like what they see straight off the bat. There are other guys who are intrigued and wants to know more, I guess. And then there are some guys who are basically, so there's different types. Yeah, well, this was why I said that you're quite it's not a case of you being open to everyone. That's why I use the word manners instead and sort of like change the verbiage, because I think it was giving the wrong impression. So that's, you were beautiful, you were called. I'm gonna have to sort of come back to you in essence. We literally just called you just now. So stick around, I guess, and we'll come back to you and then go back and close out the space with Firefly, because I don't think Nova is going to come back into the space. Your guides did, I guess, let you know, but they were just a little bit, just a smidge late on it. But it's cool. We move. I literally just missed you as far as like skipped you on the list, basically. We just finished Love Ma. But yes, with the situation, right, your manners type thing is what can be sort of like appealing. So that's what I meant by that, because I had to change the verbiage on that because I gathered that much as well. I gathered that much as well, but you're actually quite polite. Another thing as well, um, there are certain men who actually they are, I'm not gonna lie to you, they're attracted to how they can use you, to be honest. They just literally, they can see and sense certain aspects of like your kindness, basically. Have you had that experience before, where it's almost like, well, I can't say that. Come on, guys. You can't. How? Okay, sorry. Sorry, I was literally just about to have a sidebar with the gang because I was about to say, like, most people have had experiences where they have basically been preyed on. You know, their kindness has been taken for weakness. Um, that's why that was a question that I was sort of being directed to ask so that we could unpack that. But the truth of the matter is, you've got some of those vampiric energies that generally tend to see that you're a kind heart. It's something that basically sort of like they fish out unconsciously. Um, I hear you there on the hard to know. But it's something that they fish out, which is why you're actually as close as you tend to be sometimes. It's probably something that you're picking up as well to be able to sort of like protect yourself from those sides. They're the ones that basically tends to be a little bit narcissistic after a few months into this space. They generally come in and have really nice things to say, and the love bombing begins, and the really great conversation and conversationalists are you know they kind of like present in that way, but then a few months in, it's really not necessarily the same sort of situations or dynamic. you know um it starts to get a little bit tricky. um they have less positive things to say in general because they're actually really quite miserable, and then when they don't necessarily have the when they don't have the capacity to continue to pretend to be this nice, positive, enthusiastic person, um, it tends to start to show basically in terms of their behavior. Um, you could be a little bit more protected in terms of the too vulnerable situation or statement. You could be a little bit more protected, but I think that your energy to basically be withdrawn is something that actually, like, I don't really communicate with men. I'm kind of escaping them. They are clowns, okay? The clown face is definitely not all. Let's not get into it. It's not all, but honestly, like, we're navigating like it's a whole circus out here when it comes to romance class. So 100% on that. But yeah, there are certain men that kind of have a sense, basically. I don't want to call it a sixth sense, it's more like a seventh sense, about how, I guess, they sort of like come and get drawn to you, and how they sort of manipulate the space and the situation. Mm, they come in one way. I think as well, being in this space and receiving like your tendency to be quite caring as well. Manage that in like the balance of that in relationship dynamics when it comes to men, because I think that this is where, or try to manage that, I should say, this is where their demons, it's outside of their control. This is where their demons start plotting for you, basically. In the sense of like your kindness and your caring nature. So you might find that men who sort of like come to you or that are attracted into your orbit stem from these places of cold, basically cold, isolating situations. Mum may have been a little bit more goal oriented than emotionally available in essence. So the men are sort of like, how can I put it? They're yearning for like praise, basically. And you being like somebody that's always trying to bring somebody up and keep them in high spirits and stuff like that. Little things like that, you'd be so surprised how a person's demons will start plotting, just being able to see the kind nature of your heart. But yeah, physically, going back to the question, yeah, men see you, some men find you to be physically attractive. Others find you to be an easy prey. And I'm just keeping it honest with you, because that there was no point in going through all of that, I guess, stuff that they were sort of like putting across, only to go back. Yeah, well, it was an interesting question to begin with, because yeah, I guess you've got to be mindful of what it is that they're seeing and what it is that they're attracted to and what it is that they want, because that determines more or less kind of like how the situation plays out for you and whether the situation plays in your favor or theirs. And a lot of the times, this shit's unconscious, to be fair. But yeah, I don't know that there's any guidance for you, to be fair, on the situation, but we'll pull some cards just because. Oh, thank you, my love. Thank you. It's important for me to sort of like maintain a state of relax to be able to sit into the channels and receive. Yeah. Okay, so the guidance for you as you move forward is communicate your no's clearly, your kinder no's and your firm no's. Communicate it clearly, because you'll be called for, you'll be called into class basically for it. No, it's one of the first words we start to learn how to exercise, actually, when it comes to boundaries. So yeah, that's something, I guess, that they're sort of advising. Communicate clearly where your boundaries are with certain situations. Thank you, beautiful. I hope that that was useful for you, that part, right? And then we are oh, thank you. Thank you, Tatiana. Thank you. Because I think that put some stuff into perspective. Okay, we're going to go back to Ari. And then we're going to close out the space with Firefly because Nova hasn't been seen for a while. And I don't know if they're coming back. Oh, oh, I love that mermaid. Listen, I'm definitely out here fishing. Oh, Nova, damn. Where were you when I was calling? That means I have to go back to Ari and Nova. Nova girl, have you been there this whole time? I called for you before I even got like Tatiana. My bad, girl. You literally, that was just your space. Well, technically, it was Ari's space, and this would have been your space now, but yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Oh, thank you, Tatiana. I appreciate you, Mama. I'm telling you, it's. I'm always so surprised when you guys are like, oh, I'm here. I'm like, are you really? Dang. It's been a minute. Oh. Oh, girl, it's all good. It's all good. I will go to Ari's question and then I'll come back to you. Firefly, you were close, but yet so far. Two so far, basically. Because now we've got Ari and Nova, and then we'll come back to you. Okay? Right, guys. Let's see. Ari's question is. Okay. Okay, firstly. Good, Firefly. Thank you for your patience. I mean, what's another 30, 40 minutes when you've been here 5 hours, right? Oh my days. It's so good. It's so good, guys. It's on me. Okay. Is Cole a good guy for Ari? That's not what I asked you. I asked you if he's a good guy for Ari. I didn't ask you, should she be worried? So great that there's no need to worry, but that's not the question. Thank you. Okay. Okay. That's cute. Okay. They support it. They support it. I think they're saying this isn't necessarily a there's something better thing where you're, always out here sort of like in comparison to this, it's better in this situation, or if it showed up this way. Him, as he is, he's good. He's a good fit. There's some nice changes to the circumstances, I guess. V-Day is a little bit of time away. So definitely perfect timing is in play with the situation. Let's see how mum and how the mom and Cole situation will sort of play out moving into that space. I'm going to let you guys know as well. I'm tired. It's like 3 a.m. Okay, so I'm gonna try my best to sort of pick up the process like I've been sort of like trying to do. I've also got Bible studies in the morning, so girls gonna be nice and rested. I also need to study and go through the lesson beforehand so that I'm nice and ready for the space. So just want to give you guys a heads up. Okay, so mum. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. How do you see things playing out with Ari and Cole moving forward? Oh, elaborate. Thank you. Sorry, I'm like making space for all these cards. I'm doing what I'm doing. Okay, so a couple of things with the situation with mum. I don't necessarily think mum's going to budge in terms of where she is right now, as far as the timeline moving forward towards February. I could always have a look at that for you. In terms of how things are likely to sort of play out, I think that's what's interesting about the situation, because that's where we've got the major arcana sort of taking place. That's where we've got, I guess, death in essence, you know, where it's a slow moving process, basically. Definitely a slow moving process. And it's kind of like having to accept that it's a slow moving process in essence. Let's see if mom's going to change her decision by February, I guess, because there's still some time yet. Will mom change her mind by Feb? Let's have a look at that and see. Will mom change her mind? Quick and easy, thank you. Okay. 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 So I think that mum, it's interesting because mum questions whether she wants to actually sort of like have him around her, I guess, let alone you, to be fair. And she values you more than she values herself. But yeah, I think she's still sort of like strategizing by then what she's looking to do with the situation. Sorry, I'm literally just losing a nail as we speak, guys. Oh, I wish I had my little thing foil my file thing to file it, but um, I think that mum is actually going to be deciding a little bit closer to the time. She's going to be deciding a little bit closer to the time. I think it's worth presenting it back closer towards the end of Jan. I still think she's pretty firm, even then, to be fair. But if you catch her in the right moment, you might be able to get a little window of opportunity. Yeah. Yeah. I think mom just doesn't necessarily like what she sort of like sees, and she has her reasons, I guess. She's pretty firm on them. Sorry, I'm gonna grab thingy because I don't want to scratch myself. But yeah, he's a okay person. He's not like a scumbag or anything. He's a decent person. So to answer your question, he is a decent person. Mom's gonna be pretty firm on her no, until closer towards Valentine's. How you can convince her is waiting a little bit closer to the time. Let him be, I guess, around in the background, without you pushing that notion for now. And then she'll be able to sort of like make her own decision from there. I think if she feels like you're trying to coerce her into the decision, she'll just be her usual stubborn self instead, and you'll just be dealing with resistance. And that is probably just going to frustrate you even more in this space. So I would say your best bet is to follow up closer to the time, let him prove himself by being around, basically. Not necessarily in the romantic capacity as you're looking for right now, but definitely close friends working towards that, basically. Because yeah, I think mum still has her reservations, and I don't think that there's anything that you can say that's going to convince her. But I think that in time, if he shows her differently, she may be convinced. If he shows her differently to what she perceives the situation to be, she may be convinced. Yeah. I hope that that's useful for you, because that answers both questions. But let me know. I'm going to grab the nail file in the meantime to deal with my little broken nail. Nice and quick and easy. Is there anything else you'd like to know, Ari, on the situation whilst I pack up the chaos that is at the minute, to be fair? Because there's lots of cards here. And Nova, start getting your question together for me, my love, so that we can unpack your stuff next. Oh, that was quick and easy. That part, you know how it goes, scenario. Okay. I'm trying to wrap up there. I think I've only got 2 left. And that is it. I'm gonna head off. I got Bible studies in like 8 hours. That's like less than the amount of sleep that I need because I'm still here. Exactly, girl. You know, this is a basic weekend for me. Gosh. Okay. And Nova, Firefly, we're almost coming to you. Okay. Get your question ready, and we're going to be good and ready to close out this space with you. I'm so excited to get my first Bible and affirmation book to start my mornings with. Oh, that's amazing. Because I don't know how to read it, girl. You and me both, okay? This is why I'm in Bible studies. I was like, oh my God, there's all these magical spells in here. This is amazing, especially for demon work. But then, yeah. Ari, I just read for you, my love. I literally just read for you. I even asked you a question at the end of it if you wanted me to answer anything else in particular. Thank you, Nova. I did. I did just read for you. I did just read for you. Because people read one verse and then flip 300 pages and then, girl, that part, okay? And I'm trying to figure out how to do that code because it goes over my head, okay? But like to use that book is a whole system, and I want to learn the system. So yeah, that's why your girl is out here in Bible studies tomorrow. So, I'm happy for you too, girl. Because people read one verse and then flip 300 pages and then read and then flip 50 babes. I'm telling you, that's exactly what it is. Yeah. Thank you, Ari. Girl, this is why I practice with Jehovah's Witness, okay? Because they break it down and like you've got lots of little different things all over the place as well, and you can see where you're going. Like tomorrow I'm going to practice, like I'm going to go into my Bible studies beforehand so I can familiarize myself with it before. So it helps. Okay, he's a Sag. I remember we spoke about a little Saggy situation. We did dive into it though, Ori. I'm sorry, Mama. I literally I was just about to dive into Nova, but moral of the story is he is an okay guy. Mum's not necessarily going to be changing her mind on the situation anytime soon. Your best bet is to leave it until end of Jan. Let him be around in a friendship capacity, right? At least as far as mum knows, so that she could basically suss him out, because I think it's a time factor for her. And if she is kind of like proven to be, I wouldn't say wrong, because mom's not going to be happy with that. But yeah. Who is Scorpio? No, not necessarily. They were literally sort of like diving into this space about the situation that you were sort of speaking on with trying to figure out how to get mum to be a little bit more open. That was a little bit of a blocker, to be fair. All good, beautiful. I'm trying to head to bed too, girl. Okay, I've got Bible studies in not too long from now, so I'm going to make this quick and head out of this space myself. Nova, let's dive into your stuff and get your love stuff for 2024 and bang it out. And then Firefly, get your question ready because we're going to close out this space with you shortly. Okay, what's coming towards Nova in life for 2024 classes? Let's get that together. Okay, what's coming in love? Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Wow, that was interesting. We've never done it like that before. that was different, y'all. Literally. That was funny. I'm sorry, Ari. I'm going to actually dive into Nova's reading. I'll come back to you if I do get into it. I'm actually really tired. It's after 3. So I'm going to sort of like keep the momentum sort of going. But I might come back and have a little bit of a read. I was wondering why you were so quiet during your read. But yes, let me sort of receive what I'm getting from you, or for you, I should say, Nova, and then I can feed it back to you. There's someone that's going to be coming in next year that's actually going to trigger your insecurities. This person that's coming in is kind of like, it's interesting because one of the things is that they were showing me that this is like a previous manifestation, like you're finally sort of catching up to something that you've been manifesting in romance class as far as this type of partner. They're not leading with like sex, basically. There's a lot more substance to them than that. And they themselves are very much an entrepreneur, very much like a visionary, and they have like strong leadership capabilities. And within that sort of setting, it's like their ability to basically be available but not emotionally available, just because they're so ambitious and they're basically busy, so they don't necessarily have the capacity. Oh, you're going back to dive into it. She does. But yeah, they don't necessarily have the capacity that you would like, right? For them to be able to pour into you in the relationship. So there'll be little things that will trigger along the way. So I guess the moral of this story is be careful what you wish for, because you're going to get the man, not everything, right? But certain aspects of the man. So somebody who's basically like at least on par towards being stable. So they're not struggling financially, but they're still having to make sure that they maintain a certain level of work so that they can pretty much provide the lifestyle, basically, that you would want to partake in. They do trigger. I'm not gonna lie, beautiful. I know you're okay with basically having your own time and your own space and stuff. Oh, I broke a nail, so it's not the same. Like, guys, it's a smaller nail in comparison to the other nails. Anyhow, sorry, I had to share. But their ability to kind of like be an entrepreneur and be a visionary and a leader out here, it's a level up basically from like not to say that the people that you've been with before weren't necessarily ambitious, but the energy was very scattered, and it was always a case of talking about doing something, but not necessarily quite actually aligning with said intentions with their actions, basically. But with this particular person, like they take on a lot. And once they start to do all of that, it then triggers your situation. It's going to come with its own disappointments, basically, is what I want to say with that. And then there's a whole reevaluation process. Once one feels a little bit burnt out, you start to sort of like question, like, what's the point in being in a relationship if I'm not actually in a relationship in terms of the relationship ideals? Because I have to call it relationship ideals, because technically on paper, this is kind of like what you've been asking for. But this is what it looks like in reality, basically. If you want somebody who's kind of like did a lot of healing from my past relationship, I'm nervous to date again from that same problem with last relationship, just don't need no more lessons in pain. No, I absolutely hear you. The actual, oh, that's good, beautiful. I'm glad that you did find it useful. I wanted to be able to dive into some stuff at the time to see if you've got anything else you wanted to unpack with it, but it was pretty straight to the point. But yes, Nova, I hear you on the, that there's not really ever going to be a point where we stop learning. So as long as we're here, we're going to learn something. But we'll get blessings along the process as well. It's not just all lesson, but we are here to do class. And it's a whole like optimizing process. But with the situation, because you have certain standards, which is why, again, this person is basically being brought in because you have certain standards. There's a certain lifestyle that you like in your relationship dynamics. And this person, I guess they somewhat provide that, I'm putting my fingers in quotation marks, somewhat provide that. But it comes with its own challenges. Like I said, you'll have to deal with some of the disappointments that comes along with it. Like they'll be okay to sort of like maybe buy you stuff after the facts, like, oh, I missed this situation or I missed that situation. But yeah, you navigating through the process with this person. I'll say this much, like they are open to learning and they are definitely like it's a safe place to be able to talk and they're willing to grow, but they're still navigating through the circumstances that they're navigating through. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's something that you guys both will have to figure out what are the appropriate compromises for you guys to kind of like make as and when it comes to certain situations. Yeah. I think you guys have to figure out like what the long-term plan looks like. And I think initially, whilst you guys are still sussing each other out, try not to project too much of your past traumas onto him, because he comes into this space meeting your standards because that's all he can do. That's the only way he's going to get his leg in through the door. But he's not everybody else that you've dated. He has similar qualities and possibly familiar traits, but he's not those same people, right? Stuff like that makes me nervous to get into relationships. Sometimes I feel I'm not ready. And I hear you on that, beautiful. Take your time with it. I don't think that this person's coming in anytime. They don't come in the first half of the year, I'll tell you that much. Probably due to your hesitancy. So the universe is obviously reflecting that energy back to you by providing some delays for you to sort of obviously work at your own pace, which is beautiful. Love that for you. But it's one of those things where, like, the sooner you sort of sit the class, the sooner you can kind of like move through whatever challenges, moments of blessings that comes along with the class, essentially. Each person's different, each person teaches differently, each person provides a different lens to be able to observe the class from. So his dynamic in his situation, what he's going to do in the space is not the same as what every other guy who has met your standard of what you thought you wanted previously. Like this one comes with some hidden tricks, I guess, up his sleeve. He actually wants to work, he's willing to work, but there's complications to him being able to fulfill the work. And I think that's where the relationship navigates through its challenges and its tests. But if all else fails, at least you'll have us. Just come back and we'll talk it through. Shit, that's kind of how we will deal here. That's kind of how it goes. But yeah, beautiful. Let's see. It's like like how they have AA. This is SA, okay? Spiritualist Anonymous. We come and we talk about what we're drunk on, okay? I just want my next relationship to last, and it has a capacity to, but you have to bear in mind, right? So this is another thing when we kind of like take time to heal outside of a relationship. Once we kind of like, a relationship ends and we take some time to sort of do our growing and do our learning and our healing and everything, the moment that we go into another relationship, we're going to be tested on all the things we just spent the last however many years, months, weeks, whatever, healing in order to show us where we really are with that healing process. Do you see what I'm saying? I know, Ari, thank you, beautiful. I appreciate it. I know that you've been through a lot. And I think for the most part, you're not going to go through exactly what you went through again because you're not that person. Do you see what I'm saying? So, mashallah, you can be grateful for that at least. It's not a situation that you're going to face twice, but there will be similarities to things that you faced in the past, just so that you can see how you have grown through those things. Do you see what I'm saying? So you'll be fine. I think, again, because you attract a certain type, I guess, of man in terms of the standards that you have. It's one of those things where you'll find the difference with this one as far as like this particular person coming in. He is a little bit all over the place in terms of his energy because he's got a lot going on. But he wants to do better. He just, I guess, is working on cleaning up his own act. What is the advice for Nova in navigating this space, guys? Thank you. Yeah, the advice for you is to wait, beautiful. There'll be big, happy changes. Good. Okay, this is what we've got for you. It's more of a waiting game. And that's why I said to you, it's not something that happens on the first half of the year next year. It's something that happens from around about 7 months onwards. I think it's summertime that the romance actually starts to develop. So that's when the window of opportunity seek, I guess, finds you. And because nobody's perfect, his circumstances, he comes with the baggage of his circumstances that you guys have to figure out how to navigate. And you've got your own baggage in this space as well. You're clearly healing from relationship trauma as well. So he has to be tactile and patient in allowing you to kind of flourish, during this season to be able to move past some of that pain. So everybody's working on something, but the advice for you is to wait for your big happy changes. There are peaceful resolutions on the horizon. Okay, my love. I hope that that was useful for you, though. Beautiful. That part. That part. Okay. Firefly, that is how you do that. Look at you. That part. Okay, I see you. Let's see. That's okay, beautiful. I think it was important for us to have that conversation because I think sometimes we see things that look familiar because of what we've been through, but those things are to test us to what we're going towards. You see what I'm saying? So you be good. You are on it, Firefly. I love that. Okay. We're trying to sort of move through the energies. Okay. So your question, Firefly, is how does C feel about me for walking away? Right? Oh, wrong deck. Okay, interesting. Okay, how does C feel about Firefly for walking away? Okay, interesting. How does C feel? Oh, about Firefly? Thank you. Oh, they want a reunion. They want a reunion. Yeah, they want a reunion. I think they're kind of like at this place where they're kind of hoping that things could go back to what it used to be. He couldn't express himself well, so have no idea how he even feels about me in general. Wasn't clear what he wanted with me, so I put a stop to his nonsense that part. Yeah, well, he definitely wants a reunion. I think he does have little bits of regrets in terms of not being able to do exactly that, like speak up and communicate and everything. But I don't think he thought that it would lead to this kind of result, basically. I think obviously he's used to kind of like taking things at his pace in terms of how he communicates or not communicate in essence. And that's been normal in his other relationships, like with people, because he has a tendency to shut down in general. I wasn't happy with him, so open to other options, and he was vying for more attention elsewhere. So I gave him a gentle dressing down. Well, that part. Yeah, wow. He definitely feels like he wasn't prepared for that disconnect to happen. I think he was thinking that I guess he was presenting in one way and he was getting away, if you will, with things being in his favor. But I think the abruptness of the ending was a little bit of a shock to his system. So yeah, he's definitely got some regrets. And he wishes, I guess, that there could be a reunion. And he's still hoping that there could be a reunion. I felt messed about by him. Yeah, no, and I completely get that. I completely get that. He was giving that whole, Seven of Cups energy where it's all about like the temptations of life, basically. and kind of like giving in to the temptations and just having all of these different options basically present themselves and actually sort of weighing them up as options. Yeah, I guess it was just one of those things where it just didn't necessarily align with your own relationship values as well. So it's just one of those things. So I suspect he was getting sexual with other, more than likely, was there intimacy with others? What do you guys say? Tell me, please. Thank you. It's not no. Okay, so that's funny. Yeah, he was. He was. He was definitely doing exactly that. Because I think that this is kind of like normal for him, being in relationships. This is like his standards of how he does relationships. So I think that that's precisely the situation. But yeah, that's kind of like how. So he lied about it. He omitted the truth. He was definitely sort of like having favors, right? Definitely there was sexual favors in there. But I don't think that he was necessarily like being intimate with everyone that he was basically craving attention from, or kind of like, because it's a transactional sort of like experience. So not everybody that he was seeking attention from was people that he actually actively wanted to. Yeah. He omitted certain informations and just kind of like deflected and stuff and moved on to certain things. Very, very strategical in essence. He missed you though, I guess. He missed what the situation was, what the opportunities were there. I think he's kind of like pondering on some of those things, and kind of like re-observing where he may have misdirected his energy as well. But I don't think he has, I'm not going to say that. I don't think he's remorseful. I think he has regrets, but I don't think he's remorseful, if you know what I mean, because the two are completely different. Remorse as in like sad that he made you sad. Do you see what I'm saying? Sad that he did something to hurt your feelings, sad because of you. He has regrets because he's selfish and it's mostly about him and what he wants type thing. So he wasn't actively pursuing these options. He was not sleeping with everyone. That's all I can say with the situation. He wasn't sleeping with everyone, but he was sleeping with people. He just wasn't sleeping with everybody. He hadn't gotten that far yet in some situations. So yeah, that's what that was. Just more so him being able to him being able to speak and engage. I think there was at least two people, one person in definite that he was one he was courting and one he was intimate with. So was two timing me. Yeah, I would say so. I would say so. Yeah. He wasn't who he said he was, to be fair. Three timing. But that part, definitely three timing, because technically there were two people involved. So yeah. But the good news is you're not in that place or in that space with that person. So that's a plus. Yay. I'm sorry, I'm a loser like that. That's literally some shit that I'd say to myself to sort of like rationalize any feelings that I have in the space of like disrespect. Yeah. Like he did, I guess, disrespect and violate more so himself. You just so happen to be collateral of his process of doing all the disrespecting and violating himself. Yeah. But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you, Firefly, because you stuck around and hung in there. Um, yeah, to get some insight on C. So I hope that that was useful for you. Any guidance for Firefly? Ooh, no need to worry, my love. Okay, no need to worry. Yours is coming next year. Okay, what you're looking for is coming. Give it some time. He was definitely decent. But there's a reason that you sort of, let that go. And I guess it continues to be accurate, actually, because your body knew and sensed what was going on. I'm just here to validate what you already knew. Because sometimes a lot of these spirits that move through these guys in particular, because the spirit of lust is one that men haven't really quite, women are struggling with it too, don't get me wrong. Succubuses are real out here. But the incubus that moves through a lot of these men, they don't necessarily know how to navigate, to be fair. So he'll continue his playaways. Yeah, I guess he's not really. I'll tell you what, he just doesn't want to be caught. He just doesn't want to be caught. That's more so the actual situation. He doesn't want to be caught. Because then that comes with consequences that he's not necessarily prepared for. Sorry, I'm actually sort of packing up as well. Yeah, he'll try to come back, but there's no peaceful resolution for you guys because the situation is what it is. Bet he been caught before. I guess so. There was a case of suspicions, but there was no proof. So that's why he does the whole being elusive and deflecting, because that's how he's always dealt with those types of situations, to be fair. That part. God, my little tarot situation. My tarot. Look at my thing, guys. This is my box. This is like my first pack of like tarot that I ever got. it's a mess. I literally just wrapped my cards into my box, actually. Oh, that is too funny. But yeah. Yeah, that's another way to be able to cut. That's another diversion tactic, basically. If there's nobody around, there's nobody to answer to, and there's no questions that I have to basically lie about as well. Pretty much. But yeah, that was a part of it too. Definitely. I guess it's something that he can take to the next person, and maybe if he decides that he wants to work on it or actually work on a relationship, he can do. But when he comes back, it's still more of the gaslighting and trying to convince you that he's not who you perceive him to be based on the energy that he gives, which is some F-boy energy. Okay? That part. So yeah. That's it. He'll attract karma, that part, girl. Exactly that. He is already racking that ish up. It is called Saturn. Okay, and Saturn's been taking notes on all the stuff. Listen, P. Diddy thought he was out here getting away with some ish until Saturn was like, yeah, I got something planned for you when I go direct, ma. Okay? So don't worry. God has plans for these. No demons safe during these times. Okay. No, still be smart about when he comes back. Definitely, you're gonna need to, because he's gonna do the whole trying to act like, because the proof thing, and this is what he did previously as well. There was no proof, so it was easier for him to kind of like try and convince that person that no such thing exists. Don't worry, you'll be able to get the insights that you need. Yeah. Oh, good, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for hanging in there tonight. We've been in here for all of like almost 6 hours. It's almost 4 a.m. I'm up in about 6 hours actually to prep for my stuff. So, yeah, if anything, I will catch y'all next week, actually. That part. It'll all blow up one day for him, trust me. That day will be sooner than he realizes. He just doesn't know it yet. That part. On that note, I'm gonna drop the mic, y'all.
All the things they said to hold her back, they never seem to leave her head and tend to keep her mind at war. All the things they said to hold her back, they keep her locked inside of all the times when she's been hurt before.
Right, guys. I will catch you guys next week. Keep being dope, okay? Mwah, mwah, mwah. God bless. Enjoy life. It's for living. Even though sometimes it's like, oh my God, the life thing is lifing too much. Okay.